able to share the page.
Can you see it right now? No, you
No,
don't see that?
I don't think I see it.
Uh,
Are we live? Hey, welcome to the Man and Me Summit. What's going on? Can y'all hear me? Do that sound check. We need you to see. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Everybody's like, yeah, I can hear you. Welcome. Can y'all see me? I got two screens up, you guys. I got two screens up. So there's two feeds going on at the same time. We can do anything that we want to achieve and accomplish, you guys. I'm so excited. So I'm looking at two cameras. Y'all see me? If you're on right now, definitely please share this broadcast. Please share this summit. I've been thinking about this, dreaming about this, putting in a lot of hours. My name is Isaac Rowe. I am the founder of The Man in Me, and we educate, strengthen, and support our men and fathers. And I'm really excited to present something. I know and during this time, it's quite difficult, quite challenging, but we got some amazing speakers for you today. And I have two hosts. So there'll be two different tracks. There'll be track A and track B. And so for our track B, we have Alonzo Blankenship, who is our president, our board president. We love him. He's going to be our host, and he's going to be giving you all the details from track B and all the amazing speakers that will be over there. And also have on track A, which is Joshua Banks, who will be the host for this session, and that you're watching, that you're tuning in right now. And he will be doing all the hosting for this session right here. I'll be in the background, but if you need me, please let me know. All right, you guys, we hope you enjoy. We hope you like this summit that we've been putting together for you guys. We love you. And I'm going to turn it over to the host, Alonzo and Josh.
All right. Thank you, Isaac, so much, for that introduction. I just want to say welcome, everybody. Thank you for being on the live stream. This live stream is going to be going on from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. So if you need to grab some coffee, if you need to grab some water, maybe you have something going on and you need to tune off and tune back on, you're welcome to do so. We have an amazing lineup of speakers for this, for this personal stream, stream B. First, we're going to start out with Mayor Larry Wallace, PhD. He's going to be talking about courageous leadership. We also have Brother Corey Jones, who's going to be in the house talking about how childhood trauma affects manhood. And then we have Morgan Susan Taylor. She received her Master's of Art. She's going to be talking about the Sex Talk Café Live. At the Man in Me, we have certain goals that we've been working on toward the past 8 years. It's a collective effort. So it's like, how do we move forward together? As an organization, what we endeavor to do is to educate men to create unity in their families. There's an epidemic of fatherlessness that's plaguing our community. And so how do we move beyond that? Like, how do we do it through education? We also, promote mind-changing patterns, incorporating principles to strengthen thoughts in circumstances. Like when we go through difficult times, we have two choices. Like we can give in or we can choose to overcome. And it starts with the mind, because the way that we think, that ultimately determines who we are, what we can accomplish. We also, support resources that create a stronger society. And the number one resource, I truly believe, as an educator, I'm an assistant principal at a middle school in Austin. And one of the greatest resources that we have are each other, our resource of having people. And so today we do have several people. First of all, Mayor Larry Wallace, he's done so much work in the community. He's a brilliant brother, has a lot to contribute, in words, and experience. He's a retired combat veteran that served in both the U.S. Army Reserves and the U.S. Army as an enlisted and an officer. In addition to being an assistant professor of management for Huston-Tillotson University, president of Wallace Brothers and Associates, which provides small business strategic planning, and co-owner of The Transition, which mentors within the transition assistance space. He was sworn in as the first, and I'm saying this again, the very first African-American mayor of Maynard, Texas. And a little bit about this city: is the 7th fastest growing suburb in America, the 20th best city to live in America. Brother Larry, he's supported the community for years. He has a genuine heart. He does a lot behind the scenes. Sometimes we see what people do, like we see kind of the things, but we don't always see what they do behind the scenes that make things happen. So just letting you know about that. Larry's formal education, it consists of a doctorate in management from North Central University, his bachelor's in interdisciplinary studies from the University of Texas at Arlington. He got his MBA from North Central University, a master's in human relations and business from Amberton University. He's earned his executive leadership certificate in entrepreneurship from Texas A&M Commerce and St. Joseph University. A veteran in politics and civic engagement certificate by Syracuse, a business skills certificate from the University of Pennsylvania at Wharton. So the list goes on and on. I feel like if I were to write a book, which I haven't written a book yet, Isaac Rowe has written a book, a lot of the other brothers, but if I were to write one, it would be probably like 1,000 pages long, about Mayor Larry Wallace. So without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and have this brother to come up, and he's going to be talking with you about courageous leadership, what that looks like, what it sounds like. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to the mayor, the one and only Larry Wallace.
Hey, I appreciate the kind words. Most definitely humbled as always for individuals to see the painstaking progress mentality put in, and sometimes time taken away from just having fun to get those types of credentials, knowledge gathering. And today I'll be talking about courageous leadership. And some of y'all might be wondering why I have the hat on. The hat on is first, before I start off, I want to tip my hat to the 100th anniversary of the Negro League. And there'll be more coming out about that over the next couple of days. But today, talking about courageous leadership, and I'm gonna just get right into the slides. Feel free to ask your questions while I'm giving this presentation, so it's more of a dialogue and engaging. You don't have to wait to the end. So let me go ahead and share the screen here. Let's see here. So, all right. Want to make sure it's up. Give me 1 second here. It's not pulling it up. All right. So courageous leadership. The key thing here within courageous leadership, you're talking about how well you lead in times of uncertainty will definitely determine how great of a career you have. It can make or break your career. The second thing is being able to have an ability to have swift decisions, make swift decisions, have a high risk tolerance, and a take charge mentality. And then also, how well are you in developing rapport, in persuasion, and establishing mitigation? Rapport is creating mutual understanding, persuasion, creating a belief, or for people to have your desired outcome. And then you're also talking about, in this sense, for courageous leadership, I'm going to be talking about discussing the mechanics that result in courageous leadership, right? So everything, if you practice these things, if you try to embed these principles in how you operate, then what you'll start establishing is so-called courageous leadership. And again, talking about making decisions not based upon personal opinion, personal desires, but based upon the role and responsibility that you have, as well as the expectation of the organization, not necessarily the expectation of the people you work with, but the expectation of the organization and why it was created. And the reason I have this photo here of me when I was commanding in NATO is because out of my 20 years in the military, my time in NATO was probably really where I learned about courageous leadership. Even though I was in charge, I was not in charge. It was a lot of influencing. It was a lot of getting people invested in my vision and showing a certain level of intellect and knowledge, even though I may not have been the most senior person in my position. And so these next couple of slides will kind of show you that real quick. So when I was in NATO, I served as the deputy of intelligence and the deputy of operations for force protection and security. And as you can see, what you see here in these in numbers, for example, up here at JFC headquarters where my cursor is at, we had about 61 officers, no one listed, and 61 civilians. And what I put this out here is because I was tasked as a certain rank, a junior rank, to support all these different areas, all these different expectations, different policies, different ways of life, right? So they all had their own different intricacies and expectations. And I had to be able to dialogue and engage with them and be able to tell one place, no, we can't do this, but another place, yes, we can do this. And they're looking at each other and asking, why does one get this and we don't get it? And being able to have to be courageous enough in what my role and my responsibility was, having to be courageous enough in understanding how the different environments worked, having to be courageous enough in understanding that even the rank difference, the experience difference, right? Where I had my authority to speak, plus based upon my intelligence and understanding the situation, how much stronger my voice and credibility I may have had in dialoguing with the different locations. And just to give you another example, this was the type of leadership spread throughout this organization. So I was way, way down on the lowing pole. So you're talking about individuals that have significant more experience. So leading and supporting those that have more experience than you. Also leading and guiding others that are also leaders themselves. This is quote unquote where you really see the difference between someone that wants to lead versus someone that is just managing versus someone that is going to demonstrate courageous leadership. To tell those that have been there and done that, right, that what they plan on doing does not make sense. What they plan to do has some loopholes in it, is unclear. To be able to have that dialogue as you would with one of your family members or one of your friends, right? Even though they are in these higher positions, you're also in a position that has a certain role and expectation. And if you're not doing that, and even if they may not like you because you're telling them some things they don't want to hear, are you being courageous enough to exercise the whole intent of why you were hired, the whole intent of why you were brought in the first place, right? Which is to see the organization, to see the mission, to see whatever you joined that company, that nonprofit, that church group, that Greek organization to succeed, right? At the end of the day, it's all about that entity and its success, right? And so this was another piece of creating this courageous leadership because of uncertainty of how they were going to operate, what type of decisions they were making, because they weren't always necessarily right there with me, keeping me informed and abreast of everything that was going on. Now going down into this, even when I was in command in NATO, I had a dispersed location, different services that I had to do, different types of people and personalities. And once again, now that I'm supposedly really the person in charge, how do you still, once again, engage with these different locations that work on different holiday schedules, work with different types of personalities and expectations? And how do you tell them when you have competing priorities? And even now as a seat in as mayor, Again, there's competing priorities. And how do you have that courageous type of leadership to be able to say, one, we're going with this top priority over this other one, and this is why. And I'm confident I'm not going to back down on this because one voice may be louder than the other, right? And then again, this is the type of environment that I led in. I had a 3-star general over here on the yellow side in his leadership. Then I had my regular Army people, and they all outranked me. Then I had, Air Force people who outranked me, and I had Navy people who outranked me, and they all operated differently. They all had different expectations. They all thought I was supposed to operate one way based upon previous people in my position. And so how do you have that courage in who you are? How do you have that courage in your role and responsibility for that position? And how do you also have that courage in understanding what they're supposed to do to be able to do your job in the way that it was truly designed and not the way that people assume or presume it should be operated in? So I just wanted to give you that as far as where we're going into on the slides, so you at least understand, for me, everything we're getting ready to talk about really stemmed and really came into manifestation during my time in NATO. All right. So what are the traits of leadership explained, right? So what are the essential traits here? What you're seeing out of the list here is roughly 3 different types of leadership. And the 3 different types of leadership here is core, adaptive, and innovative. And for core, it's basically, think of it this way. When I did my dissertation, I wrote down core is basically someone that reads the policies, the doctrine, standard operating procedures, and follows it by the T, right? That's basic leadership, right? They know intellectually, and they know through integrity what they're supposed to do and how they're supposed to do it because it has been clearly laid out. Then you have adaptive. Adaptive is the person that reads the policies, the doctrine, the standard operating procedures within your organization, right? And reads other ones that may be also associated or relatable and says, there's gray areas. I have some wiggle room. We normally do it this way, but it looks like we can also do it that way. So in this sense, the adaptive person is having a little charisma because they have to influence their team to go outside the box a little bit. But then they're also having more sociability, right? Because you have to sometimes inform people of the vision and get them comfortable with going outside of their box. And then you have innovative. And innovative is basically they look at policies and doctrines as just guidelines, right? They know if they follow them, they're good to go. But that is not the only way. That is one example. And they know if they don't go exactly with the policies and the doctrine and something goes wrong, they know they have ownership on that, accountability for that, right? And so innovative people look and read at stuff and say, I see what can be done. I've seen how it's been done, but I also see there's other opportunities for me to capitalize on that may have never been done before. How do I potentially go that route? And if we're successful, we're going to be more successful than we would have been if we followed the normal traditional paths. And the innovative people are really more showing that confidence in determination, right? So as you look at these different essential leadership traits, you're really seeing a mixture of leadership between core, adaptive, and innovative. And so next slide, leadership explained. Most people think that leadership is a formal position. Me as mayor, you got a certain level of leadership. A professor, a certain level of leadership. A military soldier or service member, a certain level of leadership, right? But there's also informal leaders. It's the people you look up to. It's the people that mentor you because they have a certain level of life experience. It's the one that if you're going out there playing sports that speaks up and starts guiding and directing the rest of the players where they go, right? Those are your informal leaders as well. Leadership is a natural trait, ability, skill, behavior, relationship, and an ability to influence process. It's not specifically role or responsibilities. Everybody can be a leader. Now, here's the key. Not everybody is a good leader, because there are bad leaders, evil leaders, right? And not everybody is a great leader. Some people are horrible leaders, but everybody's a leader. It just depends on how well you do your job, and if you have good intentions or bad intentions on the type of leader you are. And so now getting into this ethical piece and really down to the mechanics resulting into courageous leadership, right? Courageous leadership, again, is knowing what you're supposed to do by the role, knowing how that organization is supposed to operate, and being able to perform with that guidance, right? And so you have this six strain, or these six different aspects around ethical leadership. Well, ethical leadership, one, is determined upon who you are as an individual, right? Who you are as an individual determines the values that you will establish in pursuit of then the goals you end up identifying. So your character determines your values. What you decide or what you determine are to be things you will not waver on, right? And when you see someone being courageous, it's because they have certain values. No matter what, they're not going to waver on. There's been times where I've given briefs, presentations, and my boss has been yelling at me, throwing darts at me, whatever it may be. And everybody else in the room was like, I do not know how in the world you could have handled that. Well, my values say if it's professional meaning they're getting on me about the job. Numbers weren't right. I didn't know where someone was because someone didn't tell me, right? Well, he's getting mad at the situation, not necessarily me. He's getting mad at the situation because I'm the one presenting the information. And at that moment in time, everybody else is in the room who's supposed to keep me abreast of providing the proper information. So if he doesn't make a scene to the person that's presenting the information, who's supposed to gather it from everybody else, then how is that individual, that leader, supposed to improve the process of their organization, right? But then again, he's not personally talking to me. Now, if he were to say, Larry, you're an idiot, I don't know how you can't get this information together, right? Versus, come on, personnel officer, how you can't come get this information, right? There's a difference. You start attacking me personally, you're going to get Larry. I don't care what position I'm in. I don't care what role I'm in. Under ethical leadership, for me, under courageous leadership, you're going to get Larry. And Larry does not take personal attacks, right? So those are values, and understanding where your values are at, because that's going to determine your goals. Where do you want to be in life? What business decisions are you willing to take? What money are you willing to leave on the table, right? Your values determine the goals you end up establishing. And those goals then result in the actions you receive, right? And the people that are usually courageous, the ones that don't waver on their character, their values, and stay focused on their goals, usually are the ones, even if it takes time, through their courageous leadership of actions, usually then end up showing this and demonstrating a level of honesty that people follow. And that level of honesty then results into enhanced power of influence, motivation, and other doors of opportunity opening up. So what you see here is through courageous leadership, very few people want to do it because it tries you. It says, you say you're this, but are you really this? You say you will never waver on this, but now you're being tried. Are you going to waver? You say your goal is this. Are you sure that's your goal? Right? And then your actions result into the level of honesty people believe you have, which results into the level of additional power above roles or responsibilities you will have in pursuit of your goals, right? And so I just want to lay that out because that's leading to the mechanical aspect of courageous leadership, which in all sense is truly being ethical. Next, our slides here from my dissertation that I did, and it was actually on adaptive, as you see here, core, adaptive, and innovation leadership. And the study was done regarding my last unit, the Army Special Operations Aviation Command, the only rotary wing asset within Special Operations. You see the movies like White House Down, Black Hawk Down, and so forth, right? Those helicopters flying in, the special forces individuals, that's that organization. And so I wanted to look at it and say, all right, we have all these significant people coming from diverse backgrounds, different types of education, different types of previous experience, right? What makes them so courageous? What makes them understand what their role, their responsibility is, and to speak up? And to speak up, even if it may be in opposition, right? And a lot of it, as you see here, is honestly, there's no one path that's better than another. Some think it's institutional, some think it's just operational, no education. And some think it's going off and figuring out your own self-reading, your own workshops and so forth, right? And so what you see here in all actuality, it's all three. You need all three to develop that street smarts and book smarts. Because when it comes down to having that courageous level of leadership, right, you have to, one, know what you're talking about. Knowing what you're talking about is the policies, the doctrine, and the regulations, right? Knowing how the organization is supposed to work, knowing the roles and responsibilities of the people you're engaging with, knowing the history before you start talking. And then the street smarts, to know when the wool's trying to be pulled over your eyes, knowing when people are trying to do backdoor willing and dealing, right? Knowing when people are trying to do the sleight of hand, all those, you're not going to get it all in just one place. You need all three. And so when you start developing all three, you're going to become more courageous because you become more self-aware of your value, who you are, and that you know this space. And because you know this space, you're more willing to be present and voiceful in the areas of your role, your responsibility, and why you're there at the table. And then what I also found very interesting was looking and saying, all right, what skills, abilities, traits? You remember one of the first slide, the skills, abilities, traits that are of an essential leader, and basically saying, all right, for core, adaptive, innovative leadership, which ones are more important? And this is what I found kind of interesting, right? You look at flexibility. Flexibility, most people think a regular leader, a general leader, whether good or bad, whether great or horrible, should have some level of flexibility. But in general leadership, just following policies and doctrine, you don't need to be flexible. Most people didn't care about them being flexible. They cared about, them in other areas, and so then you look here too, talking about incompetence, core leadership was the highest. If you're a leader, you need to at least know the policies, the regulations, and expectations, and how things are supposed to be done. So that was more key than someone that's trying to adapt or be innovative. And then the same thing is strategic. For a core leader, I don't need you to necessarily demonstrate strategy thinking. I just need you to show me the basics, right? But then you saw being adaptive, where the gray areas and how do the gray areas match to each other. That's where adaptive really was the highest. And then again, grit, being able to persevere through heartaches. And I think more so the reason that core leadership was higher here was because a lot of times people just don't want to do the regular job they're paid for. And so you as a leader having the courage to hold people accountable, to hold people to the money the business is using in paying their check, in paying their health care, in paying whatever else, dental, vision, right? Just the basics. And then even in honesty, having the honesty with the policies and so forth. But it's interesting that in collaboration, it was lower for just regular leadership. You see more being adaptive. Caring was the highest in core leadership, but in humility, being humble, It was interesting that you don't have either core leadership or innovative leadership when it came down to expectations. It was more about someone being humble when they were getting outside of their area of normal role and responsibility or normal area of expertise, right? Because adaptive, they're trying to work within a gray area. Whereas core, they're clearly told, defined by that organization how to operate. Or innovative, they know where they want to go. And they have the knowledge to tell people how to get there with them. Right. So it was interesting that in this leadership aspect, depending upon where you're at, role and responsibility, depending upon the need of the organization, you have to be stronger in one area versus another. And do you have the courage? One, the courage to realize through studying what area you need to be stronger in, and to be able to say, I'm not there. I have more institutional, more operational, or more self-development to do to get stronger in those areas. So I can do the job that I'm tasked to do, and I can lead the people in a way that they know I'm not nervous, I'm not doubtful, I'm not questioning myself. I may question some of the directions we need to go and why one may be better than another, but I'm not questioning myself as far as my ability to lead in this environment, my ability to give guidance and direction based off of prior experiences I've had, right? And then the next key piece here when it comes to courageous leadership, you have to be able to identify the real root problem before you come up with a solution, before you start working and start talking to individuals on how you plan to see the problem through, right? The Marines say it the best. You know, a lot of times we only need 75% of the problem solved to move forward. But I would also say this too. If you don't at least identify the root cause, then the solution you start creating will never truly impact the issue. And so you have two areas of conflict. Is it content? Is it relational? And content, as you see, is more of goals, personal values, and beliefs versus someone's esteem, someone not having the ability to do things that they want to do because they feel they can contribute more or not, right? So do you have the courageous leadership to be able to say to someone that believes that they have a higher self-esteem than their actual true capabilities to say, you're not there yet. You still need this. You still need that. Or to be able to say, you are not giving enough and I know you can do more. So I'm going to start giving you more roles and responsibilities. To look, you want to take this job on and you jacked up the last two. So why am I going to give you control of this one as well? Right. Or to be able to say, because you're affiliated with this organization, or because of the things you said, or the things that you're posting on social media, you do not reflect the character of this organization. Therefore, that's why you're not getting this promotion, right? So understanding the differences, or saying, our goal is to get to here, but you seem to only want to get to this level, which is lower than our goal. And because of that, I do not want you to take lead in this endeavor, because I don't think you're going to get us to where we need to be at, which is the ultimate goal. And so that courageous leadership, to be honest with people, and yeah, it's going to stink. It's not going to feel good. But at the end of the day, your job as a leader, and even as someone that wants to be courageous, is to remember what your role and responsibility is, and that you're supposed to create and develop people. And the only way you can develop people, and they call it human capital development, right? An organization who focuses on human capital development is an organization that is strengthening its workforce by making its workforce smarter, right? That is the most truest, best asset any organization can have, is people that are realizing their weaknesses, and everybody's working to strengthen their own individual weaknesses, because now you have a stronger workforce that has less weaknesses, right? Now, moving on to principled negotiation. And please let me know if I start going over my time. Under principled negotiation, what you're looking here is, once again, how do I make decisions in a way that are non-biased, that are in a way nobody can hold them against me, which is really trying to find ways to be courageous in saying something, directing something, and being able to stand behind your decisions because you know that they're sound and they're not opinionated. And so here you got the first one. Always keep a business minded at all times, right? I might like you as an individual, but at the end of the day, that has nothing to do with my role, responsibility, and the reason I'm here in this organization. Number two is focused on identifying common ground, right? We're all here for a certain reason. You may be a little bit skewed this way, and I'm a little bit skewed that way, but there's got to be some common ground where we can both agree to disagree on, right? And then the third one, thinking outside the box, right? A lot of times, what has been done in the past, what is the norm, may not work. So think outside the box because that may now be the new way of going forward, the new way of obtaining successes. And then the last one, operating within your area of influence. A good example would be, say, even my role right now as mayor for the city of Manor. Most people will want things that happen at the local level that are county level roles and responsibilities or national level roles and responsibilities, or want things that happen at the county level that are city roles and responsibilities. And so understanding as you're making these decisions and as you're identifying potential options and ways going forward that you all are making decisions within your actual level of influence and decision making. If you have to go to someone else for approval, then you don't own that, right? And so again, the courageous leadership to be able to say, I can do this and I can do that. I can't do that. I want to be able to do it, but I can't. But this is what I'll do. I'll go ask and talk to them and see if they'll give me the authority or that they will go ahead and give the approval, right? And most people don't even want to do that a lot of times in leadership. Most people do not want to go through the hassle of asking, want to go through the hassle of putting themselves on the line to get chewed out by their boss. But at the end of the day, if your own boss doesn't advocate for you, then what type of leader are they? All right. And then kind of moving over here to bases of power. Under bases of power, one, how do you establish them? And then two, what can you do to establish them? Because you won't have all of these. So you're looking at these five. And so common leadership. Under common leadership, you have 3 and 5. Common leadership, 3 is formal job authority. Based upon your position, based upon your responsibility that is given to you, you have formal authority. And then 5, being able to penalize or punish others. Well, if you are the boss, then you can punish someone else, right? Or if it's perceived that you have certain levels, or not perceived, but it's defined that you have certain levels of authority, then you have the ability to punish others. So common leadership is associated with 3 and 5. Established leadership. And this established leadership is basically, I don't have it from day one in my role and responsibility. It's been proven. And nationally, people see that I have this and therefore start to follow me, start to listen to me. I establish credibility over time. This is 1 and 2. They like me. For whatever reason, they like me, right? There's something that they can identify with. And you see this a lot of times with pastors and preachers and even some people mentoring within the education space. This place of you've been where I've been and you came out of it. So I'm going to listen to you, right? And then you have number 2, which is a perception of competence. And we've all seen this for common leadership, roles and responsibilities. Someone's in a position, we assume that they know what they're doing. We assume that they have a certain level of experience. They start talking, they start operating, and we realize they're not the ones running the ship, right? They're not the ones running the ship. And so in that case, they lose that power. Then we start looking and saying, who's really running this organization? All right, I'm gonna start talking to you. Those are the people that have demonstrated established leadership. And then you have number 4, which is reward power, and it overlaps on both of them, common and established. Because number 4 is who can provide a benefit. We're always going to go to the person that can provide a benefit, whether they're in an actual formal position or not, because we see the influence that they have and that they hold by demonstration, by position, right? And so again, as you're talking about a courageous leader, which of these positions do you have? Which of these positions do you not have? And how can you exercise them to make sure that the role and the responsibility that you have, along with the design and the intent of the organization, you keep on saying these two things, the design and intent of the organization that you're with, that you're utilizing these in a way, even against opposition, you're utilizing these in a way to get the outcome that you are hired or brought on for, based upon the roles, the description, the policies, the doctrine, the mission vision of the organization, right? Because everybody else may be rowing in a totally different direction because of their own personal biases. But as a courageous leader, you're saying, based upon this, and unless we sit down and change all this stuff, then y'all rolling that way, I'm rolling this way. And you can fire me or whatever, but I, at least when I go to my next job, when other people talk about me, they're going to be able to say, I'm always courageous in doing the right thing. And that's going to speak more volumes than going after the mighty dollar or going after a namesake at the expense of others. And then overcoming obstacles, right? When you start talking about overcoming obstacles, in this sense here, you're talking about, 1, know when to speak or to remain silent. Key. A lot of people say the person that's quietest in the room is usually perceived to be the smartest until they open their mouth. So know when to speak and to remain silent. And then also, a broken foundation leads to a broken house. The foundation also costs less than the house you build that breaks. So when you're talking about courageous leadership, is realizing that your quiet mouth, especially when you should be speaking, is going to cost more in the long run, more for the organization and potentially more for you in your career. And so you're talking about here, unclear goals. Well, I don't know the expected outcome. If I don't know the expected outcome, then how can I meet the goal that you have for me? I don't even know what it is. Unclear direction. Well, if you don't clearly tell me what you want me to do, there may be implied things in there I'm not going to assume, especially if I've never done it and I've never worked with you before, right? When you say go take out the trash, implied task is go take the lid off the can, tie the bag up, go throw it in the trash can, come back, put another bag in the trash can, put the lid back on, right? But if I've never done that before, and we've seen this with kids, what they do, they'll probably just pull the trash bag out, throw it in the trash, and then go back into the room. There are a lot of things you missed, right? And then you have this low motivation. What you have me doing or what we're going to be doing is just not entertaining enough. I didn't come here for this, right? So being able to speak up and be able to tell people that what they have you doing, you want to do something else that's going to actually keep you entertained. Because if it's not entertaining, then you're not going to pay attention. You're not going to put your emotion into it. You're not going to put your focus in it. You're not going to put your all into it. And that determines too, when people start talking about you, oh, that person's lazy, right? I give them stuff and they just kind of half do it, or they don't necessarily pay attention to everything. And then when you start talking about complex tasks, we all want to take things on, especially when our bosses ask us to. But we also need to realize there's things we don't need to take on. Because when you start dropping the ball and your productivity and your outputs and your products start looking worse because you took on something that's outside your natural skill and capability, that you have not gone to an institutional school for, you have not learned through operational hands-on training, or you have not taken the self-development to learn how to do, you may be jeopardizing your own self, in your own career, in your own reputation by the product you're putting out. So having the courage to be able to say, hey, boss, or hey, friend, or whatever it is, I know that's part of my role and responsibility, but that is an area that I need more training on. That is an area I need more expertise or courageous leadership to go to one of your subordinates, one of your peers, or even your boss and say, hey, how do you do that? You are exceptional in this. That is something I need to learn how to do. You may find out you will build better creativity because you have the courage to ask for help by someone that's below you, beside you, or above you, right? And then you have this simple task. It's too basic. We do simple tasks all day. Hop in the car, drive and drink coffee or a soda. Eat a cheeseburger while driving. Watch TV and eat, right? Those are basic tasks. But also at the same time, how many times have you swerved while you were driving? How many times did you have to rewind the TV show because you missed something? Basic tasks also enable you to get the job done, but you also are going to misstep and have to also redo some things. So because they're so basic, you almost put in more time because you took it as too easy of a job, right? And then low involvement. Low involvement creates a lack of ownership, right? We've seen this all the time. Well, why am I going to go to basketball practice if they never put me in the game? I'm going to sit on the bench. I'm not going to pay attention to the game, right? I know I'm not going in. Low involvement, right? Then I go in the game. I haven't really been watching it. So I don't know who's really been scoring. I don't know who's been doing what and so forth, right? We've all seen this in some form or fashion. So if you want me at the table, then use me. Don't bring me into the game and not have me play or not utilize my strengths or at least tell me you're going to try to strengthen one of my weaknesses. And I know that's why I'm there. Right. So courageous leadership, again, is saying, hey, I know this is my job, my role and responsibility, but you don't have me doing my strength. Or, hey, I know this is a weakness and you don't even have me participating to strengthen my weakness. You know, if I'm not going to be put in the game, then there's other things I could be doing for this organization. You're paying me to do something and I'm actually doing nothing. Right. And having that courageous leadership to speak up and have that ownership. And then the last one, lack of challenge. Lack of challenge is lack of mental exertion. How many of us, you see the elderly people that are very still quick-witted, very knowledgeable, very, very informative, is because they always stay mentally challenged. They're playing the puzzle games, the word games, other things. You know, you see individuals still working in a career and still taking charge and leadership. Again, it's that mental exertion. If you're not being mentally challenged on your knowledge and experience to share it, to provide it, right, then all those things you've learned are going to start fading away. And all the value you bring to the table is going to start to deteriorate. And so when you're talking about courageous leadership, is again highlighting when appropriate the information and knowledge you have and saying that I have more experience and more knowledge than you probably know. How do I show you that so I can be more value to you? And having that courageous leadership to let people know there's more I can bring to the table. Give me an opportunity. Give me a chance. And then even when you're at the table and you're actually leading, being able to tell other people that think they know that space, bruh, I know the space. Yada, yada, yada. Right? I don't need you to tell me this all day. I only got 30 minutes and we're going 20 minutes and you telling me about a space I already know. There's a point of being nice and cordial to a point of let's get business done, right? And then you have here executing leadership styles. No leadership style is singular. There's a mixture of it. There's a mixture of do it my way, which is just the authoritarian, mom and dad, you're going to do this and you're going to do it. To give and take, which is the middle ground, and the hands off, laissez-faire. There's a difference in knowing and having the courage of which one you should apply, not based upon the job you're in, but based upon the people you're working with. That's key. Knowing which leadership style you should use based upon the people you're working with. Now, I'll tell you this piece in courageous leadership. You want to start off with laissez-faire to see if people that are being paid to do a job or brought in to do a job know how to do that job, right? And then going into democratic, because then there's pieces that you may have to develop them on, but you're still saying, I still see and understand the role that you're supposed to play here. I'm not supposed to do your job. That's why you're here. And I had a boss that used to be like that when I was with the infantry. So that if I have to do your job, then you don't need to be here, because I don't need to do my job and your job, right? And so you go to democratic leadership. And then if you really need to be hands-on, then you go to the authoritarian. But you don't stay there. You try to develop that person to where you start to become democratic, and then you start to become more laissez-faire. Because you as a boss, you don't want to spend, which we all do, 70% of your time on 30% of your people, right? You want to develop them so you can spend 90% of your time on what you're actually being paid to do, right? And then from here, this overall is just speaking on, these are all the different types of skills that a leader must develop over time. And the stronger you become in each one of these, the more courageous you will be. The more you start to understand your organization, your roles, your responsibilities, and the people you're engaging with, their roles, their responsibilities, their organizations, the more courageous you're going to be in the decisions you make and the statements you say, right? And then going into my last slide here is these 6 pillars of character. Trustworthiness is supposed to be the hardest. And the hardest because actions speak louder than words. I don't think I have to go into any statement about that, but actions speak louder than words. That's where trust comes from. And you know what? I will say something. I even say it here in my position. My role and my job as mayor is not for you to like me. It's for you to trust that I'm doing things in the best intentions for everyone, right? You may not like the decision, but hopefully you trust that I actually weighed through the thought processes, the courses of action, and made the decision that is in the best interest, right? How many times would you rather go to someone that you like versus someone that you trust? If they tell you no, if they're rude or whatever, but you trust what they're saying, that trust holds more weight to you than someone that is just going to tell you what they want to hear and you like them and they're nice and friendly, but you don't trust them for nothing, right? So trust is the hardest thing to develop. And trust does not always mean telling people good news. If you're willing to call someone and tell them good news, are you also willing to call them and tell them the bad news? Me personally, I don't work in areas of gray, read between the lines. If we're actually supposed to have a relationship, you tell me the good and you tell me the bad, because that's going to determine how much I trust you. And then you have down here responsibility, being accountable, exercising self-restraint. In a sense, take ownership. This is one of the things I learned early on when I was in the military. Everything, and I just learned this through natural, everything that goes wrong is your fault the first time, because I probably didn't say it right. I probably didn't make sure you understood what I was talking about. The implied task may not have been relayed properly, whatever, right? You're coming from a different level of understanding or expectation. So the first time is a give me, my fault, my bad. But the second time, especially if it happens the same way, is your fault. I don't care. It's your fault. because the first time was on me because I did not transmit the information properly of what I expected. So therefore, the receiving side was incorrect by me. Now, once we clarify that and you do it again the same way, we're not talking about something new or something changed in the process, then it's on you. And that's having that courageous leadership to have, one, the ownership, the accountability, but then two, the enforcing of the role and responsibility and authority that you have, right? The human development side. And then the fairness, balanced standard of justice without relevance to one's feeling or indications. Basically here, you're making decisions based on circumstances. How many times have you been in a position and the decisions or you have been in a position and your boss slammed you as hard as someone else and you had a totally different reason of why it happened for you, right? They didn't even want to ask. They just said, well, because I did this with someone else, I got to do it with you. You need to look at the whole person, the whole environment, the whole situation, right? Because you don't want to be a cookie cutter. You don't want to be a cookie cutter leader where everybody knows, oh, you know, even if it's a mild offense, you're going to get there's some exceptions where you have to make a statement, but you don't have to make a statement every time. Have the courage to actually lead, to actually sit down and figure out what's going on with your people, because their life, their home life, their personal life influences their work life. And unless you understand those things and how it's flowing over into your work life, your work decisions may be further impacting their personal life, their home life, right? Which then in turn turns back around and further creates issues at their work life. And then you have caring, welfare of others. And in this sense, again, personal lives impact work lives. And then citizenship. And the key piece out of here is civic virtues and duties. How do you meet and exceed the standards of your role, responsibility, and the expectations of the organization based upon the policies, the doctrine, the procedures that were given to you, the mission, the vision, right? You're going to have to compete nationally with everybody else's little skewed perception. But if you always focus to meet and exceed the role, the responsibility, and what the organization was designed for and where it wants to go on paper, you will always be operating in an area of justification. Because your boss, when they leave, a new boss is going to come in with their little personal desires. They're going to have to realize that they have to narrow it into that organization and how that organization works. And with that, that's my last slide. I don't know if we have any questions. If we have any questions, I'm open to hear them. But if not, I hope that this information that I provide is at least beneficial to anybody.
Thank you so much, for your sharing that the valuable words of wisdom. Everybody that's watching, actually give a physical round of applause, because that's what I've been doing this whole time. Many of the words you shared, I was taking some notes. You talked about values, and determining goals based off of those values and how those goals determine the actions that we as leaders take. You talked about being able to identify the root cause of the problem. Is it kind of like a context, or is it like relational? Human capital development, courage to do the right thing. Like I myself, this is my first year as a assistant principal at at Murchison Middle School in Austin, and so a lot of these I was reflecting on myself. It's like, okay, how am I stepping up as a leader, especially during this time with the pandemic and in the midst of racial protests, making decisions that don't necessarily get people to just try to like me, but developing that sense of trust, because a positive relationship can't exist without trust. But it's also having the courage to know how to ask for help when needed.
Right.
Here to like be here to collaborate with each other and support each other. And that's really what a community is about. You mentioned that a broken foundation leads to a broken house. I mean, I'm thinking about my grandma. She loves like working on houses, but we could have all the things on the house, like good, like we could fix the windows, we could put on a 30-year roof. But if the foundation is cracked, then the house ultimately is going to collapse. And one more thing that resonated with me is knowing when to speak and when to be silent. My grandma tells me the reason why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth is so we can listen twice as much as we speak. And that's powerful stuff. So I just want to applaud you once again. Thank you so much for your sharing.
Nah, I appreciate the invite.
All right. Awesome. All right. So everyone, next, we have this short promo video, that we're going to, share. This is about Man and Me, just in general. It's a powerful organization. I'm glad to be a part of it, for so long. But let's play this short promo video. And then after that, we have Brother Corey Jones. I'll give him the introduction after the promo video.
Not having my father around in my life felt like a big hole.
As a kid, my dad had disowned me.
To that moment at 50 years old in my life, I looked at myself and I was ashamed of who I was.
You have to admit your mistakes, and that's hard for a man.
Not having a father in the home creates an imbalance in a child's life.
I see that society is sending double signals. In one sense, it says a man is supposed to lead the household. He's supposed to go out and work, and he's supposed to make sure that the family is provided for.
Knowing and seeing other people's having their families and having their father around, you really look at your life like, where's yours?
Because what he didn't do made me strong.
So for those of you who might be tuning in right now, this is the Man and Me Virtual Summit. It's going to be going on. It started at 10. It's going to be going on until 2 p.m. So next up, we have Brother Corey Jones, who's going to be talking about how childhood trauma affects manhood. Corey Jones, he's a better known as CJ, the empowerment speaker. He's a graduate from Texas Lutheran University, where he majored in kinesiology with a minor in psychology. CJ has been involved in youth advocacy work for the past 15 years and has dedicated his life to serving and empowering people to become their best selves. CJ has worked with various people from different backgrounds, including youth in the foster care system. And if you guys don't know, like the youth in the foster care system, that's a huge need, in our community. So for those who give up themselves to support our most vulnerable youth, that's a really powerful thing. He's also supported with juvenile detention and teen parents. He's spoken at numerous conferences throughout the U.S. and has taken the world by storm with his intense and creative style presentations on self-improvement, development, and empowerment. CJ is the pastor and founder of Generation of Truth Church in Austin, Texas. He's a public figure. He's a certified empowerment speaker, a life coach, and has impacted people across the globe with his messages. CJ is featured on the #1, and I say again, the #1 motivational speaking app in the nation, Pep Talk. Whoop, whoop. He was awarded the Healthy Teen Network Outstanding Father of the Year Award and was quoted in an article in the Huffington Post. His mission is to help individuals find their purpose, as well as walk in their truth. So with that being said, Brother Corey Jones, we want to thank you so much, for being here. Thank you for giving up your time to speak, to speak your words. We have a mouth so that we can speak, and share and support other people. And you've been doing that. And we thank you so much.
And thank you for having me. I'm excited for this Man and Me session today. It's a beautiful thing, man. So thank y'all for all that y'all guys have done, all the work in the community. And I look forward to just sharing this opportunity with the world who's ever watching right now.
Awesome.
Go ahead and get started here. All right. Awesome. Thank you guys for being here. I'm excited this morning to share this topic with you. My name is Corey Jones, also known as CJ the Empowerment Speaker. And again, I'm so excited. Thank the Man and Me organization for having me to be able to give this topic with you all. And this is something that I really care deeply about, how childhood trauma affects manhood, because this is something that is not often talked about. It's often missed a lot of the times. And I just want to bring some awareness. I want to really get down to the bottom of why it is that we do what we do as men. Again, this is a topic that is dismissed, is not really ever talked about, and I want to shed some light today. So this is what we're going to be talking about. So I thank you guys for tuning in, and we're going to jump right into it. All right, so we have 3 objectives before we leave out of here. This is what I want you all to walk away with. First and foremost, the participants will be able to identify the 3 types of trauma, okay? There's 3 types of traumas that we all dealt with, that we may have experienced, and I want to address those things today. Participants will also learn the effects of trauma. Now, trauma affects us all differently in different ways. And sometimes, whether we want to believe it or not, we've all been through some form of trauma, but it affects us differently, okay? And then the last one is participants will be able to develop skills to deal with the childhood trauma as an adult, because we deal with a lot of things as men when we grow up. And a lot of these things steal from our childhood, but we just don't know why. We don't know why it's happening. We don't know why we do the things that we do. And so hopefully today we can unpack some things to see why you do the things that you do. All right. So without further ado, we're going to jump right into it. We're going to talk about the 3 different types of trauma. But before we jump in there, I just want to say, believe it or not, we've all dealt with some form of trauma as a child, right? Trauma affects us all differently. And those behaviors are often displayed later on in life if they're not dealt with properly. And again, a lot of times we have experienced trauma, but we don't know the proper term for trauma, right? When I was coming up, I got my behind whooped. That's what it was called, right? You got your tail whooped. You saw different abuse. You saw all these different things, but you didn't quite know what form of trauma that was that you were dealing with, all right? And oftentimes, children, especially people of color, children of color, are left to deal with trauma on our own. We're left to deal with trauma on our own a lot of the times because it's not something that's talked about. We don't talk about that in Black households. We don't talk about that as men. We don't talk about the mental health issue. We don't talk about how trauma affects our chemical mentally, right, in our brains. We don't talk about any of these things in the people of color household, but we have to bring awareness now because there's too many people dealing with trauma and they just don't know that's the problem or the cause of what they're doing today. So I want you to know that trauma can lead to mental illness. It can affect you mentally, emotionally, and physically. And trauma can affect how you feel about yourself and how you relate to people. Listen, if you've been traumatized in your life, it affects how you feel about yourself. You don't feel good about yourself. You don't feel like you are a winner. You don't feel like you can accomplish the things you want to accomplish. You don't feel like you can love the proper way. It really impacts the way you feel about yourself and also how you relate to other people around you. And people are like, why do you do that? Why do you act this way? Why do you talk to people like this? A lot of this stems from our childhood. It's consequences from our childhood that we're now dealing with as an adult. And so I want to tap into the 3 different types of trauma that some of us may or may not have experienced and you just don't know about it, right? So the first one is going to be acute trauma. So acute trauma is a result in a single incident. So it's an isolated incident that only happens one time, right? Very bad accident, or you were violently attacked, especially as a child, by like a dog or something that was so traumatic that it paralyzes you, right? This is an isolated thing. It only happens one time, but it's so severe, it alters how you move in life. It alters the way you think. It alters the way you look at things. I know people right now that are dealing with acute trauma. They've been in very bad accidents, and they are petrified to get back in the car and drive on their own again. All because they've experienced that one traumatic event that could have took their life. That it was so severe that they tense up where they have to get somebody say, drive this car. They just can't do it. Attack kids. They are petrified to be around certain animals because they don't want to relive what it was that happened to them when they were younger. So they try to avoid it altogether. So that's acute trauma. And some of us have dealt with some things so severe, but we never knew what it was. Why won't we do the things that we used to do? Why don't we have the joy in our life that we used to have when it comes to certain things? It's because of acute trauma. Okay. The next one we deal with is complex trauma. And these things, you are exposed to varied or multiple traumatic events. So for example, witnessing domestic violence is an example of complex trauma. A lot of us grew up in a household where your mom and your dad was fighting. It was all the time. It was constant, right? You heard the yelling, you heard the banging up against the wall, all these things. That's complex trauma. It's very multiple traumatic events that has happened to you as a child, and you never properly dealt with those things. You didn't know the term for it. You didn't know what was going on. You didn't know how this affect your life, but some way, somehow it has. And some of y'all are acting out as an adult right now due to the things that you dealt with when you were a kid. So these things are real. Some of y'all may be dealing with acute trauma. Some of y'all may be dealing with complex trauma, right? And then the third one is chronic trauma. And this is a repeated, prolonged situation. For example, you got abuse, whether it be mentally or physical abuse. And this is a huge one, ongoing sexual abuse. Now, a lot of us have been mentally and physically abused, but there are more men that has been sexually abused that has ever been talked about or brought to the forefront, right? Young boys can be sexually abused by female predators and male predators. And this is the thing. As a young boy, we're not taught to talk about those things. We keep those things hidden because we feel ashamed. We feel embarrassed. We're like, well, why did this happen to me? But ongoing sexual abuse causes a lot of issues later on in life. Why do you think when young men grow up who've been sexually abused for long periods of time are very promiscuous? Right? They have this issue with lust. They want it. They got to have multiple things. Or this could be so severe that their sexual health is completely destroyed. They don't know how to properly engage in sexual activity. They don't know how to do things the right way when it comes to sexual health due to chronic trauma. So when you think back and you think about all the things that you've been through in your life, you probably fall under the category of acute, complex, or chronic. Some of y'all are dealing with all three of them. Some of y'all may be dealing with only a few of them. But I'm telling you right now, trauma is real and it affects our mental health. And the things that we deal with as children, we see them as adults. Those behaviors come out as adults. And it's just like, what is going on? Myself personally, I deal with all three forms of trauma. I deal with acute trauma, complex trauma, and chronic trauma. I've lived through them all. And some of the things that I do now as a grown man has nothing to do with what happened to me as a man. It stems from what happens to me as a kid that I never properly addressed. And some of y'all may be like, oh my goodness, this is making so much more sense to me now. Why I do the things that I do. I was traumatically affected in my life and I never got the help I needed because I was told I don't need help. I was told there's nothing wrong with me. I was told, oh, you're just acting out. You just want attention. No, there's some trauma that's involved. And we want to get to the bottom of it. So let's talk about the effects of trauma because, like I said, trauma can affect us all differently. They can affect us all differently. You and I can experience the same form of trauma, but get different results, have different outcomes. We can be affected differently. Same trauma, same situations, but we have different results. So people who have experienced trauma are 4 times more likely to become an alcoholic. Listen to this. 4 times more likely to become an alcoholic as an adult. Why? Because you want to numb the pain of the things that you've been through that you never properly addressed. You try to drink your pain away. You try to suppress your pain with alcohol. And let me tell you right now, people do this so they don't have to face reality head on. But there's going to come a time when you're going to have to face yourself. You have to look yourself in the mirror and you're going to have to own, this is what happened. I need to get help for it. But you're 4 times more likely to become an alcoholic because you just want to drown the pain. You're 4 times more likely to develop a sexually transmitted disease. Let's think about that. Now, when you talk about chronic trauma, that ongoing sexual abuse, you don't know what it means to be in a sexual healthy relationship because you was taken advantage of for long periods of time. And so therefore, your view on sex is not healthy. So you may not wear protection. You may just sleep with a bunch of women. There's a lot of things you may do due to the fact that you're promiscuous now because of what was robbed and stripped from you as a kid. So these are the things that we develop as a man due to what happened to us as children. You're 4 times more likely to inject drugs. It goes back to it again. You want to numb the pain. The things that trigger you, that take you back to that place where you were vulnerable, you don't want to go there anymore. So you try to avoid it, you're trying to run from it, and then you say, I'm going to shoot myself up with drugs, I'm going to take pop pills, I'm going to do all these things because I don't want to be vulnerable. Because the moment I was vulnerable, that's when I was taken advantage of. That's when I was hurt. That's when I was mistreated. That's when I was manipulated. So what you do is you inject drugs to try to numb that pain. It only goes away temporarily. It only goes away temporarily. It's going to resurface. Once that high wears off, you're right back to square one. You're 3 times more likely to use antidepressant medication. I'm going to tell y'all right now, depression is very real, especially of people of color. But we don't want to say, oh, you're depressed. What's wrong with you? Why are you upset? I'm broken, I'm hurt, and I don't know how to communicate that effectively because I was never given the proper terms to be able to do that. That's what's wrong with me. That's why I am the way that I am, right? Depression is not a long period of time. You come in and out of depression. This is something that I struggle with. One moment I'm doing well, I'm happy, I'm on top of the world. And then next thing you know, something triggers me, it takes me back to my childhood and I'm depressed again because I haven't figured out how to deal with it. You're 3 times more likely to be absent from work. Why? You're embarrassed. You don't want to be around anybody. You feel like if I stay away, I isolate myself because I can't be around nobody. I don't want nobody to expose me. I don't want nobody to ask me if I'm okay because if they ask me if I'm okay, then I got to revisit my past. And I don't want to revisit my past. And sometimes we say we're okay, even though we know we're not. We got to be honest with ourselves. But these are the effects of trauma, guys. This is a huge one. You're 15 times more likely to commit suicide. 15 times more likely to commit suicide. You cannot deal with life. You cannot deal with the things that happen to you. Every time they come up, you think about taking your life. My first experience with trying to commit suicide when I was 8 years old, because so much happened to me when I was 8 years old. I can vividly remember all the stuff that I've been through. And I said, I'm going to commit suicide. There are men right now that are taking themselves out left and right due to life experiences, due to trauma. They can't cope, they can't deal, they can't escape, they can't run, because every time they open their door, guess what? They're looking at themselves. You cannot, the geographical location doesn't change what's going on inside of you. You can try to escape and go somewhere else. You can try to move to another place, but the issue is not the place. The issue is inside of you. You're dealing with something that you need help with. So you're 15 times more likely to commit suicide. 2.5 times more likely to smoke tobacco. You're 3 times more likely to have job issues, right? Have serious job issues. Again, you can't go to work. You're depressed for 2 or 3 days, right? Then when you're depressed for 2 or 3 days, you don't want to be around nobody. You don't want to get out the bed. There's a lot of things you don't want to do. If you have children, you can't be the father that you want to be because you're dealing with your own issues. You can't be the husband that you want to be because you're dealing with your own issues. And you can't talk to nobody about these things because guess what? Nobody understands. Nobody really understands. So you have serious job problems. And then you're 3 times more likely to experience depression. Depression is real. Trauma affects your mental health, emotional health, and your physical health. But this is what I want you to know. We are not our past. You are not your past. We suffer from things from our past, but you're not your past. And there are abnormal, deviant behaviors that we practice as adults that stem from our childhood, from something that happened traumatic to us in our childhood, in our youth. And many behaviors that we display as adults, whether it be anger, why are you so angry? Whether it be fear, you have anxiety, you have depression, you're paranoid, you have sadness. It all stems from the child who never addressed those issues when they first surfaced. So therefore, they become a part of our identity as an adult. Some of y'all are so angry right now, and you don't know why. And believe it or not, it's not even anger that you're dealing with. You're broken, you're crushed, you're hurt. And it comes out in the form of anger, but you're really not angry. You're just sad. You're depressed on the inside. And you're crying out, but you don't know the proper way to cry out because you was never given the tools to really deal with this stuff. Trauma is real. The child in you who has experienced traumatic events, whether it be directly or indirectly, that you have suppressed, still needs counseling. And what has happened is that small, vulnerable person is crying out as an adult and it looks abnormal. That's why people say, why are you acting like this? What is wrong with you? You act like a little boy. Because the little boy on the inside of you is crying out for help as a man. And it looks abnormal. It doesn't look good. It's not attractive. And people are like, I don't understand why so-and-so does this, why so-and-so does that. And the problem is nobody asks questions. They automatically assume it's something else. But people don't take the time. We don't take time to really develop personal relationships where we really know somebody. Nobody knows what you go through at night. Nobody knows the tears that you cry as a man. Nobody knows how inadequate you feel. How much of a failure you feel like because all the things that happen to you. Some of y'all do deal with fear because of what stems from your childhood. Some of y'all do have anxiety. You're depressed. You're paranoid. All this stuff stems from things that happen to us as kids, and it comes out as a man. It's the consequences. We're dealing with the consequences of our youth as men. And I want y'all to know something. Again, you're not your past, but we suffer from things from our past. And the behaviors that we display are not onset manic behaviors. It's not onset manic behaviors. Every negative emotional experience that we feel is either tied to or connected to a traumatic experience that we suffered as a child. It's tied to something. It's not something that just happened to you today. And some people want to believe, oh, something happened to them today. This is why they're acting the way they're acting. No, that's not true. Something is tied to something. And we don't dig deep enough to really figure out what it is. And the reason we don't dig deep enough is because we are afraid to go back to that place that made us vulnerable. That's why when we're triggered, revert back to childhood behaviors and the things that we practiced as a child. I will never forget it. When I saw my parents go through things, my mom actually go through the things that she went through with some of the people she was involved with, right? Tried to escape, tried to get away. Y'all, even as a man, when I see things now that triggers me and take me back to things of my childhood, my default setting is to run. My wife don't understand it. My kids don't understand it. They're like, all you want to do is run. You don't never want to face your issues head on. It's like, it's not that I don't want to face my issues head on, but the things that I saw, I had to run and escape from my life. I had to save my life. That's why I run all the time. Some of y'all may be running from things in your life because of what you've experienced, right? We can do things like be very aggressive, have hostile behavior. We isolate ourselves. We shut down. We cry out. We devalue others to find values within ourselves. Some of us have controlling behaviors, depression, or attempted suicide. How many of you guys isolate yourself when things don't go right? And instead of saying, you know what, this hurts my feelings or this triggered me, you get upset, you isolate yourself. I'm one to isolate myself sometimes. If I feel like I hurt somebody, if I feel like I've said something to upset somebody and they show me some form of emotion that doesn't line up with something healthy or positive, I isolate myself because I'm like, well, what's the point of me being around? You don't want me around. And so I run and I isolate myself, right? So as children, we hide behind our emotions instead of facing or dealing with them. And then we find ourselves as adults still practicing the same exact things. As kids, we've done all those things. We hid, we isolate ourselves, we hid behind our emotions. We do all those things as kids, and then guess what? Because they was never properly dealt with, we do the same thing as adults. And y'all, it looks crazy to people. They don't understand how a grown man can sit up here and do the things that he do, cry the way that he cries, tremor the way he tremors, have sexual health issues the way he has. Nobody asks questions. And it affects us as men. It really does. It really affects us as men. These things have stayed with us. They crept into our life as adulthood, and now we're paying the price for them. I don't want you to feel bad about the things that you're currently experiencing as a man. I don't want you to feel like you're abnormal. I want you to know that you need help. If you've dealt with any of the acute, chronic, or complex traumatic experiences That little boy on the inside of you need to be introduced to that man who you are now. They need to have a conversation. Introduce that man you to that boy you and have that conversation. It goes for women too. Introduce that woman to that little girl that's on the inside of you that never properly healed, never properly got the help. Y'all need to start talking to one another and figuring out how you're going to come to a place of healing. Because we need it. It's running rapid in us right now. It's running rapid, guys. So let's continue about how trauma affects us, because it does a wonder on us. If we don't get it under control, we're going to fall into these categories right here. So effects of trauma continues, right? It causes intense emotions, right? It can be extreme emotional fluctuation. You have mood swings. You're depressed. Again, one moment you're doing fine. You're happy. You're around your family. You're laughing. You're the life of the party. Then your mood swings. And what people want to call you is bipolar. And there may be some mental illness that could possibly be bipolar. You don't know until you go get the help you need. You're depressed. Once again, you just fluctuate up and down. I want some of y'all to stop and think. Have y'all dealt with any of these things? Do you find yourself happy one moment and then the next moment you're depressed, you're down, you feel like you ain't no good, you feel like you're not worth it? Why? What triggered you? What happened in your life? It's okay to say I'm broken. It's okay to say I'm hurt. It's okay to say, man, it's okay not to be okay. Let me say that. It's okay not to be okay. I want you to own that, right? It causes anxiety. And what anxiety is reaction to something perceived as dangerous or stressful. Y'all, I suffer from anxiety. When I got to do something that's very stressful, I get anxious. My body tenses up. My neck begins to hurt. My traps tight. They get so tight and I can feel it. And it's hard for me to think. I'm like, why do I have so much anxiety? These things happen to me still to this day. So when something is dangerous to you or something is stressful, you get anxiety. And all people want to say is, you'll be all right, just get over it. Keep pushing. And sometimes if you don't take the time to date you and know who you are, everybody else around you will tell you what you should do to handle trauma and what they think you should be walking in. It never fails. Somebody always got an opinion for how we should do things, how we should say things, how we should respond to trauma. This is what I like to say. I don't need you to cut me and then tell me how to bleed. That's not fair. It's not fair. So you got anxiety. You're unhappy. You're just not happy. You have more low days than you do high days. This is how trauma affects us. Again, you and I can go experience the same form of trauma, but it affects us differently, right? Loneliness. How many of you guys ever been in a room full of people and you still felt alone? You've been in a room full of people and you still felt alone. I've been that person. I've been in rooms full of people, try to enjoy, try to have a good time, and I still felt lonely on the inside. Why did I feel lonely? Because something happened to me when I was younger where I felt like I was abandoned. Didn't have the people in my life that I wanted to be around. And the people that were in my life were not healthy people. You feel lonely. And this is one of the craziest things. The people that tell you they love you the most is the ones that harm you, do the most harm and damage to you. I know I'm talking to somebody right now. They do the most damage to you. Don't tell me you love me and then show me the opposite by your actions. You feel lonely. So when you have emotional trauma or psychological trauma, you have terrifying memories. You have nightmares. You have flashbacks. All these things happen. Y'all, because of all the abuse I saw coming up as a kid, when I would sleep as a man, I would have nightmares of some of these things. Certain sounds triggered me because I know the sound of a body being thrown up against a wall. Somebody screaming for help. Somebody being pushed downstairs. I know the sounds when a fish hit flesh in the face. That stuff triggers me. Even when I watch stuff people post on social media where people fighting and I hear the fist hit the face and it sounds like something breaking, that triggers me because I heard that as a kid. You have PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. It ain't just for people that's in the army. This happens to regular people every single day because of trauma. It triggers them. They go off. They respond differently than normal people that don't have PTSD. Again, use of alcohol or drugs to make you feel better. And then you disconnect from others. You don't know how to even emotionally feel around people no more. You can't even emotionally connect to anybody anymore because you have been so severely damaged. All you do is you stay in protection mode. Your guard is so high up, you don't let anybody infiltrate or anybody impact you or anything like that. Because this is what happens. So the effect of trauma can be long lasting, especially if they were never dealt with properly. And a lot of us right now, we're dealing with either emotional and psychological trauma. We're dealing with it. And emotional and psychological trauma is a result of extraordinary stressful events that shattered your sense of security, making you feel helpless in a dangerous world. As kids, we can't do much when we're being abused. As kids, we can't fight off the man that's beating on our mom. As kids, we're too small. So you feel helpless in a dangerous world around you. And then when you grow up and these things happen and things are happening around you, you still feel helpless. Or you go to the extreme, you so much on guard, you protect yourself at all costs, you will start hurting other people. So what many of us has done, we have suppressed the pain to try to cover it up, excuses for it. But as soon as something triggers us that reminds us or even take us back to that pain and vulnerable place that we once experienced as a child, we revert back to childlike behavior that we thought was going to protect us. We do that all the time. I do it. When me and my wife get into an argument, you know what I do? I run. I shut down. I try to escape. And the argument don't even have to be that huge. But because I saw my mom fight and argue with her boyfriends constantly all the time, I said, I just don't want to be here no more. I tried to escape. I still do that as a man. And people say, you don't run from your problems, Corey. You address your problems. And I'm like, you don't understand what I've been through. When I feel like there's an argument taking place, I get afraid. I shut down because I don't know what's going to happen. Some of y'all may be feeling that right now. You're going through it. You're like, man, I don't know. I just want to get away. So oftentimes we don't take time to evaluate ourselves or our behavior to see why it is we do what we do. Why do you get so angry? Why do you become so depressed? Why are we so afraid of people walking out on us? Why do we isolate ourselves? Why are we afraid to be alone? Why do we push people away that love us? Why do we seek validation from other people? Because when we were younger, we didn't have those things. We didn't have them. So we respond differently. And the reason a lot of us don't take the time to dig deep long enough because we don't want to revisit the very things that put us in that place. So we walk around macho as men. Oh, I'm good. I'm okay. And sometimes some of y'all just want to lay down and you want to cry. Sometimes some of y'all just want to hug. But you got to be so hard. You got to be, because we're taught that. We're not taught to express emotions. We don't have time to express our emotions. You better find time to express your emotions and get these things out, because if you don't, they're going to eat away at you on the inside and you may end up taking your life because you can't cope and deal. I'm going to say this right now and probably jumping the gun. There ain't nothing with serving God and having a therapist. You can love your therapist and love God if that's how you move. Because so many times we're often told, oh, you just need to pray about everything. Go get the help you need. Religion and mental health, they kind of make them like kryptonite. They work together. You can use those things together. But we got to get the help we need. We got to get the help we need. So many of us will continue to operate behind a wall of safety until we sit down and introduce again that child you to the adult you and begin to ask questions. Ask yourself those questions. Sometimes I'll have conversations with myself. All right, little Corey, let's get this together, bro. What happened? Why are you doing this? And then I start replaying some of these things in my life. Do I want to revisit them? No. But the only way I'm going to get past these things if I talk to the younger me. Some of y'all think you're dealing with stuff as a grown-up. You're not dealing with nothing as a grown-up, so much so. I'm not saying you don't have adult problems, but what I'm saying is that little boy needs to be talked to by a man that has actually grown some and know, like, I will do things differently. Let me help you out. You got to help the man, and you got to help that young boy out that's also living in you. Because you can't have a little boy and a man living in you at the same time. You'll look crazy. So the adult you may have to counsel the younger you, while the adult you is getting counseled by somebody else. That's how it works sometimes. So y'all, I want to say this. Our behavior is often tied to protecting ourselves, and many people don't understand that you are not trying to be rude or disrespectful. You're in defense mode trying to protect yourself. That's all it is. You're not trying to be rude. You're not trying to be mean. You're not trying to be disrespectful. You're just trying to protect yourself from ever having to experience the traumatic events or relive or revisit those traumatic events ever again. That's what it's about. So that's how trauma affects us, guys. It's serious. All right. I want to talk to y'all a little bit about me dealing with childhood trauma as a man. And so I want to just share, like, I've lived through a lot of traumatic experience in my life as a child, from physical abuse to mental abuse. I had trust issues, I had abandonment issues, and I do not deal well with conflict or allowing people to get too close to me. I can't deal with loud screaming or banging up against the walls in the middle of the night because my heart sinks, and it takes me back to my childhood where I saw and heard my mom be abused, banging noises. All these things remind me of certain things. Like, I remember, I'll never forget it. Me and my wife and I was asleep. We was laying down in our bed, and we was living in an apartment at this time. And the neighbors were fighting next door. Like, we can hear it. And I heard something, and we were laying in the bed. I heard somebody hit the wall. Boom! My heart sunk. I tensed up. I bawled. I'm a grown man. My heart sunk. I tensed up, and I bawled up. And it was like my heart beat out of my chest because all it reminded me of was the things that I witnessed and heard as a kid. Imagine being a grown man. I'm next to my wife, and I heard that boom on the wall. It was like I got into a fetal position because I know watching that all my life as a kid, what it done to me. That was complex. That was chronic trauma that I'm dealing with, right? So let me just dig into it. So I was mentally and physically abused as a child. That would be considered complex trauma. My first suicide attempt. Let me share this with you guys. I'll never forget it. I was 8 years old. I had my two younger brothers, and we was in our apartment upstairs sleeping in our room. And because we slept on the floor. I don't know why we were sleeping on the floor this night. We were sleeping on the floor. And all I know is I heard banging. Something woke me up out of my sleep. And I knew it. I said, all right, they're fighting in the room. They're fighting in the room. And my mom boyfriend at the time was a big dude. He was a mean dude. He was not my father, not my biological father. He was my brother's biological father. So I'm sitting here and my brother's asleep. And I said, all right, I got to help my mom, because my mom was screaming at the top of her lungs, help, get off of me, whatever. So I go to my door and I tried to open my door. I could not open my door completely. I could crack it and see out from my room to their room, but their door was shut. Well, what this guy did was he took a belt, tied it around my doorknob, and tied it to another belt and attached it to their door. So I couldn't get out, and neither could my mother get out. And he was in there trying to rape my mom. There was nothing I can do. I just kept hearing boom, fighting, hitting, being all up against the wall. It messed me up. This is why I woke up my brothers and I said, I can't do this no more. I opened up my top window. I sat on the ledge at 8 years old. And I was on the top floor. And I hung my feet out that window. And I said, I'm going to end it today. I can't take it anymore. I was done with it. It just damaged me. I'm like, why is this my life? Why was I dealt this hand? Why do I got to deal with this? And as I was about to jump, my brothers grabbed me and said, bro, we need you. I got out the window. I turned around. Me and my brother sat on the floor and I hugged them because we couldn't do nothing. Mental and physical abuse as a kid. I was pushed down flights of stairs by the same guy. I watched the same guy take his son as I was coming up the stairs. He had his son, he took his head and he was trying to drown him. I watched it. I couldn't do nothing about it. And my brother was fighting for his life to keep his head above water. I was mentally broken and physically abused as a child. I was provoked by other men who were not my biological father. And what I mean by provoked by other men is my mom dated. That's what she did. She dated. And these guys did not love me the way they should. And I didn't expect them to because I wasn't theirs. But I believe that these men provoked me and I had to fight grown men as a kid. I'd never forget it. Fighting grown. This guy, he got mad because I didn't do something that he asked me to do. He choked me, threw me up against the wall. I was in middle school at this point, right? Threw me up against the wall. He was too big. I couldn't do nothing. I had to fight him though. We fought twice. Different guy, fought twice. That's when I began to put my guard up and I began to hate men. I said they're conniving, manipulative people who want to come in and prey on single mothers and abuse their kids and abuse my mom. So my guard was up for everybody. Nobody could penetrate me. I began to hate people with a passion because I thought everybody was out to harm me. Told that I needed prayer, just to pray about everything. And that counsel is not needed, but I only need Jesus. You got demons. No, I'm broken. I've been through traumatic things in my life. Some of y'all like, I'm broken. I've been through some traumatic things in my life. Your guard is up. You want to take your life. People telling you got demons, you need to be delivered. I believe that we do need to be delivered. We need to be healed as men. We ain't never been properly healed. We just going through life. And I don't want to just go through life and die and never deal with the younger me. That's why I say you can love Jesus and love your therapist at the same time. A therapist don't override Jesus at all. But you can work with both of them to get the things that you need. And if Jesus ain't your answer, whoever God you serve, find that God and do the work you need to do so you can get the help you need. Because a lot of us are broken and messed up right now. I was manipulated by authoritative figures, which caused me not to trust people. There's people that was in my life that was authoritative figures. They manipulated me. If I didn't do things they wanted me to do, they tried to strip me of things. They tried to take things from me. And I fell into the trap of always trying to please everybody. And what I had to learn is, Corey, you're not for everybody and you have to be okay with that. So all these things that I've been through comes out as a man in my marriage with my children. I don't know how to love my children the proper way that I should. It took me years to learn how to love them the right way because I had my guard up against them. It took me years to know that my wife and my kids are not trying to manipulate me and cause me pain. It took me years to learn that because I struggled with it as a kid. I never got the proper help. And now I'm trying to figure out how to do it as a man, and it looks crazy to some people. But I'm like, you got to be patient with me. And guys, give yourself grace. If you're not where you want to be right now, give yourself some grace and say, I'm working through all these things without the help. Give yourself some grace. Stop beating yourself up. Let me talk about some steps to overcome trauma, and then we're going to get out of here. So one of the first things we must do to overcome childhood trauma as an adult is to stop rendering ourselves as helpless or hopeless as if you're not or cannot ever overcome what you're struggling dealing with or what you've been traumatized by. You can't keep saying, I can't do this. I can't overcome this. Because you're speaking what it is that's going to happen to you. If you say, I'm going to beat this, I have everything I need to beat this, I'm going to get the help I need, you can overcome trauma. You can beat it. Stop saying that you're helpless. You feel like that, but there's some things that can be done. Then you got to be honest with yourself by saying, yes, it hurts to revisit that place of vulnerability and heartache. But in order for me to beat this thing, I must face it and adopt the mindset that I will and I can and I must overcome this. I can't keep allowing what happened to me as a kid stop me in my forward progress as a man. You just can't do it. We've let it hold on to us for too long. We can't go back and change the past. We can do everything about the future, though, right now by getting the proper help. Because I'm going to say this, your enemy wants you to think that you can't. And he has many of y'all convinced that you won't ever overcome it. So not only is the enemy fighting against you, you are fighting against you. You have two people fighting against you. You have the enemy fighting against you, and then you have you fighting against you. Stop. Take a deep breath. Take some days to yourself to say, I need to heal. I can't keep living like this because it's affecting me as a man. Some of y'all don't want to be the way you are. Some of y'all been praying like, Lord, help me get rid of this. Some of y'all been doing all these things and it's like nothing is happening, right? Some of y'all like, man, I get it now. There's greatness on the inside of each and every one of us. And we allow the trauma to stop us from being great. We allow the trauma to stop us from being phenomenal. You are phenomenal. You're meant to win. You're not meant to lose. You're meant to leave a legacy. And the trauma is trying to stop you from leaving a legacy for your kids, for your family, anything that's attached to you, you're going to win. It's going to win. But we got to stop allowing trauma to take the reins and control our lives. We can't do it no more. Then I'm going to say, seek counseling. Share your story. The more you talk about your story, the more freeing you're going to become. Because believe it or not, there are more people. We have more similarities than we do differences. And we need more people to start to talk about the stuff that they've been through because somebody's dependent on you to help them get through their trauma. Don't be embarrassed by it because it's not your fault that you've been through the things that you've been through. It's not your fault. Remind yourself that the things of your past are just that. They are of the past. And once you can say that my past is a part of my story and a part of the plan, then and only then will you begin working towards healing and moving forward. But you got to own it. It was my past, and it's just that, the past. It's a part of your story. It's a part of your plan. You made it through for a reason. God allowed you to make it through for a reason. Because somebody needs your story. Your trauma is going to help set somebody else free from the things that they're going through. You don't understand it while you're in it. I didn't understand half of the stuff I was going through while I was in it. But when I got older and I started talking to people about my childhood, they're like, oh my gosh, you too? I thought I was the only one. No, we got to start building community again. Too many people are broken, especially men. Men, put your pride down. Let's start opening up. Let's start being vulnerable with one another. And I'm not just saying anybody. You can't just talk to anybody about what you've been through because some people will use your vulnerability as a way to destroy you. Don't trust everybody. Everybody don't deserve your vulnerability. But you get your circle that you know that's rocking with you. And you start sharing these things, I guarantee you're going to start feeling better. And people are going to encourage you to get the help that you need. But we got to do this, y'all. We have to. Childhood trauma affects us all as men. It may not all look the same, but we've all been affected and impacted one way or another. So guys, that's my time. That's my session. I want to thank you guys for joining in, tuning in. Again, I thank the Men and Me staff and organization for putting on this wonderful summit today. It's been a blessing. If you guys have any questions, let's go ahead and take questions in the box. I'll answer your questions. Let's go ahead and do that now at this time if you have anything.
All right. So, Brother Corey Jones, thank you so much for being on, and for sharing your story with such conviction and with such, because that's a vulnerable thing to do, just being on the spot, being able to share your story. But like you said, it helps people to realize that they're not the only ones that are going through situations. Like when they go through trauma growing up, that there's other people out there. And I think that sometimes we have a tendency to like build up walls and defense and try to, keep our stories to ourselves. But we have, because that helps people to kind of like overcome over time these situations. You mentioned something very powerful early on. You said that many times kids of color are left to talk about trauma on their own. And I think in society, I work in the school system and I hear statements all the time, about kids of color, about Black kids and brown kids. And those aren't the only kids that go through trauma. But I'm raising the issue because many times these stereotypes are perpetuated, like, oh, those kids are just bad kids. That's their culture. That's just the way they are. But many times we fail to look deeper and see, like, how is this trauma? And sometimes being Black can be traumatizing in and of itself. So it's like, how are we dealing with this? How are we grappling with this? because you're right, it does impact the way that we feel about ourselves and the way that we relate to others. How do we understand what acute trauma is, complex trauma, chronic trauma, the effects of this trauma in our lives, and just like the depression. I have some family members, and me myself, my story is not as traumatizing as yours, I would say, but going through those like cycles of depression and sometimes questioning myself, like, what's wrong with me?
Yeah.
So it's like, you have the enemy that's beating up, that's trying to fight against you. But the worst thing is when I get in the cycle where my own thoughts are fighting against me myself.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like it's the world that's like working against me. And like the anger, you mentioned the anger, feeling it's kind of that's feeling the brokenness, it's like feeling broken on the inside, hurt, kind of like it's running away. So you really hit on some very powerful things. And I think the people listening, there were comments just, constantly going, so you shared us some powerful things. And I think it really did help a lot of people, a lot of people listening. So keep on sharing your story. Do you have anything else you wanted to say to the people listening?
No, I just wanted to say, guys, keep pressing through. If you want to connect with me, you most definitely can. You can go to my website. It's www.coreydjones.com. If you want to, connect with me on my mobile app, you can text SPEAK, that's SPEAK, to 54244 to get in contact with me. I'm always open to share stories. I'm always out to come out and speak to you guys and just lift you guys up. You can get me on LinkedIn at Corey D. Jones, my Facebook, Corey Jones, Instagram, I am Corey D. Jones. I'm everywhere. You can find me everywhere.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Brother Corey. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right. So for those of you who might have more recently tuned in and who might be tuning in now, we just want to welcome you to the virtual summit. This is the Man and Me, the first ever virtual summit. Now you might be wondering, so what is the Man and Me? What is it about? The mission of Man and Me is to support men with the tools needed to guide them towards responsible manhood and fatherhood. The vision of our organization is to restore hope for a positive transformation. So when we talk about this concept of hope, it's really important to bring that to the forefront. We live in times right now, when we look out into society, we see the pandemic that's going on. You just turn on the news, and sometimes you just have to turn off the news because you listen to it, and it can be depressing. It can seem like we're in a hopeless situation. There's a racial protest going on. And so there's a lot of challenges. You might be having challenges in your personal life. You might be having challenges going on the job, in your relationships. But the thing about it is that we also have hope. We also have these stories, that they were sharing, stories about how we're overcoming and not just giving into these situations. Stories about, people around us, that have encouraged us over the years. I truly believe that it's important, to give honor what honor is due. We're not in this by ourselves. You are not in this by yourself, but we're here collectively, overcoming and pressing forward. And that's what Man and Me is here to share. So some of the objectives of what we do, we educate men to create unity in their families. We promote mind-changing patterns, incorporating principles to strengthen thoughts in circumstances. We support with resources that create a stronger society, and we present unique, culturally diverse programs that would engage our generation to make a positive transformation. Some of you might have participated in some of the things that we have done, like the Daddy-Daughter Hair Care Day, which taught basically fathers how to do their daughter's hair. We have the family cookouts, where we just honor the contributions of men in the community. We also, once a month, we have the Saturday Men Talk workshops that you're welcome to engage in. If you go to the Man and Me website, there's a lot of information about how to engage in some of these activities, you know, in some of these events. But yeah, it's really important. You know, there's a lot going on right now. It's pulled up the website. So on this website, you can find a little bit more about who we are. You know, what are our values? Earlier, Mayor Larry Wallace was talking about how our values are so important and how they determine our goals. But on the website, you also find about what we do, the cookout, you know, our contact information, and there's like so much more on this website. So, you know, we have kind of like our objectives, you know, some of the service programs, you know, a lot of really good stuff on this website. So I just wanted to share a little bit about what's going to be coming up. So we've had 2 speakers so far. We've had Mayor Larry Wallace and we have Brother Corey Jones that just shared. Mayor Larry Wallace, you know, he shared about courageous leadership. And it was so powerful, you know, what he was sharing. He talked about the courage of doing the right thing. Many times in organizations, we feel this pressure to try to make decisions that are political, or make decisions that are that go against like our core values. But you know, our core values and standing for what is right. That's what Martin Luther King talked about. He didn't make decisions that were just, you know, safe to make or that were politically correct, but he did it because it was right. It was right. You know, Mayor Larry Wallace talked about the courage to ask for help. And you out there, you might be thinking, well, you know, like who can I ask for help? Just know that there is support out there. There are people that you can reach out to. And a lot of other things that he shared. And then Corey Jones, you know, powerful message, really powerful message. Sometimes there's this tendency to think that receiving help from God and also receiving, you know, mental health supports, that those are kind of 2 separate things. But what he shared about is that those go hand in hand. You know, they do go hand in hand. Now, not to say that, you know, God doesn't do his miracles, because he absolutely does. But sometimes we need to reach out, you know, for help. And sometimes even God, you know, he works through these mental health people that help us when we face situations. But next we actually have we have Morgan. We have Morgan Susan Taylor, who's going to talk about the Sex Talk Cafe Live. And I'm gonna share a little bit more at a later time about exactly what she's going to share. But just know that there are 2 streams happening, you know, concurrently. There's this stream going on now, but there's also going to be there's also currently a stream that's going on that has like a few other speakers that are very powerful too. There's a panelist that's going to be moderated by Bavu Blakes, who's currently a CP&I, a cultural proficiency and inclusiveness specialist with the school district. Just a quick story about Bavu. You know, he and myself, we've actually collaborated in education for quite some time. You know, he's a leader. But quick, you know, story about him. Like I remember one time I was like, man, you know, I have to, you know, talk with educators. You know, I'm putting together a professional learning for teachers in the school. You know, how do I, like, you know, what do I do? But he, you know, he always comes in. He always offers suggestions, like words of wisdom. Really great stuff. So make sure you tune in to both live streams. These will be available, I believe, afterwards, so that if you miss something, you could go back. You can check it out. Some of these sessions you might have to listen to 5 and 6 times, because repetition brings upon reinforcement. So like when you keep listening, that's what gets it in your mind. That's what helps you to really shift. You know, what we listen to, over time, that's going to become our belief system. That's going to determine like the things that we believe about ourselves and what we're capable of achieving too and doing. So make sure to listen to this. Make sure that you just know that the man in me, that we're here for you. If you feel like you need to reach out and talk about some things, there are many avenues for that to happen. So there's the avenue of going on the website. Brother Isaac Rowe, who's the founder of the Man in Me organization, very relational, really personable. He makes himself available. He made himself available to me. You're welcome to reach out to him. And there's many on staff that are just here to support you as well. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to watch a promo video. This is just kind of letting you know a little bit more about the Man in Me, and then we'll be back in a few seconds.
The Man in Me is a nonprofit organization that educates, strengthens, and supports men. Check out what we're doing in the community. Not having my father around in my life felt like a big hole.
As a kid, my dad had disowned me.
To that moment at 50 years old in my life, I looked at myself and I was ashamed of who I was.
You have to admit your mistakes, and that's hard for a man.
Not having a father in the home creates an imbalance in a child's life.
I see the society is sending double signals. In one sense, it says a man is supposed to lead the household. He's supposed to go out and work, and he's supposed to make sure that the family is provided for.
Knowing and seeing other people's having their families and having their father around, you really look at your life like, where's yours?
Because what he didn't do made me strong.
All right, that powerful promo video. Whoop whoop. All right, so so feel free to check out the Man in Me. Go to the website, But anyways, next we have a special speaker. Amazing, just individual. Her name is Morgan Susan Taylor. She has her Master's of Arts, and she's going to be talking about the Sex Talk Café live. So Morgan Susan Taylor, she's a sex therapist and intuitive coach specializing in women's sexuality and feminine spirituality. Morgan helps women and couples who feel shut down and disconnected from love, sex, and intimacy. She helps them bring down the walls. She helps them to realize that they don't always have to sacrifice themselves just to make their partners happy. But she helps them to stand in their true power so that they can save their relationship and get back to love. Morgan is the founder of the Pathway to Pleasure Collective in Austin, Texas, and is also the host of the podcast series Sex Talk Café. So just a little bit about the Sex Talk Café. There's a question: when it comes to love, sex, intimacy, and relationships, everyone has their secret burning questions. What are yours? So as you listen, there are many questions that you might be having, related to this topic. Make sure that if you do have some questions, go ahead and post them, because we have a running stream so that we can collect some of those questions, and there'll be a time for, hopefully a time for question and answer session, like toward the end of Morgan Susan Taylor's talk. But thank you all for streaming, not for streaming, but thank you for tuning in to our stream, to this Man in Me virtual summit. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up Morgan Susan Taylor. Great stuff.
Hello. Oh my gosh, this is so awesome. This is so awesome to be here. Thank you so, so much.
Awesome. Thank you for being here and for taking your time to use your words to support the community.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, I was hoping for my portion of this presentation today to have it be so Sex Talk Cafe is my podcast series. And what I thought would be really fun to do and to offer your community here is to make this a live event. So those who are perhaps joining us right now, I would love to field questions from the group and from the audience and actually be able to respond live. So I don't know where you want to go with that, but
well, I think we can start. If you can just tell us just a little bit about yourself and kind of what inspired you to go in the direction that you're going in with it.
Such a great question. I mean, I want to say that right now in my life, I really experience so much joy and freedom and just abundance and prosperity, and just love is like a regular part of my daily life, independent of what's happening around me. I'm able to speak up for myself in relationships, specifically in an intimate relationship. I am very much in touch with my body, my arousal, my desire, or something that I experience is a very beautiful, sacred thing, but it was not always like this. So my story is that I was very, very, I guess I would have considered myself like a non-sexual person almost, just feeling very shut down in a relationship where I felt just very trapped. I was not able to speak up for my wants or my needs, not really due to my partner, but I just was very shut down, had no libido whatsoever. I literally could go months without thinking about sex. Like, it just didn't cross my mind. It wasn't something I really desired with my partner at all. And yet at the same time, I was really longing for I really wanted more in sex. I wanted something that was deeper and more connected and more spiritual. And I had really just absolutely no idea how to create that or how to get there. So it was very frustrating. And what I ended up doing, which is what a lot of women end up doing, is I blamed my partner. I blamed my man for not being, a good enough lover, or not knowing how to, deliver this thing that I wanted, that, by the way, he didn't even know that I wanted, because I didn't know how to actually speak for myself. I didn't even know what my body liked. There's this myth also in our culture, around this conversation of sexuality, that just giving a woman more orgasms is the answer. And that's one of the biggest myths that I like to dispel right away. And my own history, I could have plenty of orgasms. That was not a challenge for me at all. But there was this emptiness. There was just something missing for me: the depth, the connection, the spiritual piece, the fullness, feeling myself in love as love. Like, the thing that really, as women, we deeply desire through sex is really to experience the love and the connection. And that was just missing for me. I had no idea how to create it. So fast forward a few years, I had an epiphany, an aha moment, where I had decided to make a commitment to my own understanding my own sexuality. I decided once and for all, I'm just going to figure out how my body works, how my pleasure works, how my sexual energy works. I'm going to stop making other people responsible for it. I'm going to stop making my partner responsible for my pleasure. And I'm just going to figure it out. So I engaged in a regular practice of getting to know my body, which is self-pleasure. I call it self-pleasure or mindful erotic practice. It's something that I teach in my work to women and couples. And I had this very profound moment where I experienced just waves of love and waves of energy. And my whole face went numb. My hands went numb. Everything in me was vibrating. And I had this moment of like, oh my gosh, wow. And this was by myself, okay? Nobody else was present. It was just me, my own body, working with myself, my own sexuality. And I felt myself as love. And I had this moment of realizing that love, pleasure, and orgasm are actually states that just naturally exist within our bodies. Like, it's actually always there. All we have to do is learn how to create the circumstances for those things to naturally arise from within us. So it's not so dependent on, who I'm in a relationship with at the time, them being able to figure it all out magically. It was more about me learning actually how to relax, how to connect with my body, how to actually feel my body and be in my body, how to surrender to my own emotions, my deep feminine emotions that were stored in some of these parts in my body. As women, we do tend to store a lot of things actually in our genitals. And that's why sometimes as women, we have numbness or challenges with orgasm. It's because we have tension. So I learned how to release that. And from that moment forward, my life was fundamentally different. I realized I could show anybody how to do this, right? Like I knew the pathway in me. And so I knew that any partner that I would be with, I was single at the time, any future partner that I was with, I could recreate this. They don't have to come in pre-programmed already knowing. And love isn't something that someone gives to me or brings to me. It's not something outside of myself. It's something I can actually choose to bring into every situation in my life. And that was just, I was free. And I realized that I want to teach this to other women. Like the world would be such a different place if women could find pleasure for their own sake, if we could find our voice, and if we could find the love in sex. So sex isn't just this physical act with orgasms happening or not happening. But sex is actually an act of love and devotion and a way to know the divine and to experience God. I think the world would be a drastically different place if we as women were approaching sex differently. And as a result, we start to bring our male partners or whoever you're partnered with, we bring our partners also into a new experience and a new approach and a new expression of sex that we don't even know is possible because we're just not introduced to it. We're not taught it. We don't see it in magazines or in media. We're given a very limited, very limited options for what's available to us, but there's so much more available. So why I'm passionate about what I do is I help people discover what's actually possible, not just what we're told is available, but actually look, there's this whole buffet out here that's available to you when you just learn some fundamental things about how your sexuality works, and specifically as women, how our sexuality works as women, which is fundamentally different from how it works for men.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing. There's a lot of themes that you mentioned on that are, pretty prevalent, because when we talk about kind of this notion of intimacy, like sometimes, that's confused as thinking, well, it's just like a physical, like when we talk about sex, that's just a physical exchange. But really, no, it's so much deeper than that. It's about emotions. It's about, like connection. It's about how do we connect, not just with other people, but how do we connect more deeply with ourselves? And what is it from ourselves that we could bring to the table? You mentioned, yeah.
Totally agree with that. If I can throw something in real quick on that, or you can go on to the next question. But I think you're so right. Like with the intimacy piece, like so many times we're thinking about, particularly I see this with women, and that's my specialty area, obviously, but we're trying so hard to connect to the relationship, connect to our partners, because as women, we're very relational. So the mistake that we make is we go horizontal first, right? We're going out into the world, trying to connect with others. Meanwhile, completely forgetting about this connection with self, with body, with mind, with soul, with heart, with God. This is the first connection, and that's the first intimate relation. And when we're solid in that ground, in the vertical alignment, then the external connection becomes, it's a non-issue almost, because in that light, we're always connected. We always have instant access to connection with life through this channel first. Mm-hmm. So that's a big deal. And I can certainly speak more to that later, but I know you had another question.
Yeah, absolutely. You have mentioned about finding your voice and how, like you shared a little bit about yourself, that it was kind of like a process for you to get to this place where you're able to kind of like find your voice. I was wondering if you could speak to that just a little bit more, because there are a lot of women. I have some women in my life that feel like their voice has been silenced. Like nobody's listening, to what they have to say, or even cares about what they have to say. But really, people do, and I think that we have to put the truth out there. Like, what is the truth about human dignity and value, and how do we make space for that? To hear, number one, to hear people, but also, I think from a woman, and you can speak more from a woman perspective. How do you share your voice?
Yeah. Oh, the voice. This is I just love this topic and this question. And I think you're speaking to actually some things even much larger even possibly than what I can even speak to regarding just sort of on the grander scheme of things with like being heard and using our voices. And, you know, so many women and men, you know, have not been heard and the voices haven't been acknowledged, honored, and validated. I think that's a little bit bigger of where I can go right now. But what I can say about voice, the really important thing to understand about voice and finding voice is that it begins first with that deep connection to ourself. And what I want to point out about this is that it's not the same as communication. So we tend to think of, oh, it's just about communicating more with my partner, or communicating more with my coworker, right? Actually, voice is more about our internal connection to our truth and our capacity to bring that truth forward into manifestation through voice. So in the beginning was the word, right? In the beginning was the word. And so the word is the source of creation. So we actually create through our voice. But if our voice is disconnected from our truth and from our power, which is highly connected with our sexuality and our sexual energy, then it lacks impact. It lacks impact. It needs to be unified with that source of power. Communication, on the other hand, is like how I relay that, how I bridge the gap between myself and another human being, and how it's conveyed and whether or not it lands, whether or not the message is actually conveyed. So they're two very different things. So if we don't actually unify within ourselves first with what's actually true happening in me right now and giving voice to that, then communication is a moot point, right? So that's kind of why like more communication isn't always the answer in relationship or with sexual relationship. It's more about actually connecting and unifying with your voice, meaning what's actually true and happening within you right now. And that might not be pretty fluffy rainbows and unicorns. You know, that might be like, right now, I'm really afraid to speak out. Right now, I feel really afraid I might hurt your feelings, or gosh, I'm feeling a lot of tension in my belly right now, and I'm not so sure even what to say or how to say it. So it's very fundamental, and we have to break it down really very often to that level of simplicity of just what's happening right now in the moment in your body that you can notice right now. And that's how we start to actually open the voice to be able to access deeper desire, because desire is another huge challenge for relationship. It's my specialty area in women's sexuality, low desire women and couples that are struggling with that. We can't even get to desire really until we're connected to the body and what's actually happening in our body right now, even if that feels like total contraction, right? Or I want to just leave this situation right now because I feel so uncomfortable and awkward. Whatever that truth is, that's the union of voice with truth and with inner power.
Wow, thank you for sharing. You know, this topic of things related to sex, you know, that can be like it can be hard to talk about at times, because there's a lot of perceptions that are connected with that. And so with the Sex Talk Cafe, it kind of, from what I'm reading, it seems like a space where, you know, a group of women are able to come together and talk more freely about it. But one thing I'm wondering is how do you create that space? Like, how do you kind of get past, like, you know, people being so just like silent, like, oh no, what can I say, to be able to share about something that's you know, pretty common part of our being.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I have been told that I make very uncomfortable conversations feel like dinner table conversation. And I think that's just part of the gift that I bring around this issue, is just sort of making it like, you know, we're just going to talk about sex and desire and vaginas and, you know, let's lay it out. And, you know, that's the thing, is like, we have this idea that, like, to be sexually expressed, that we have to look like that scantily clad model on the cover of Cosmo magazine, right? Like, these are the ideas that we have to go wrap ourselves around a pole. And, you know, the truth is, like, that's just not what works for everybody. That's certainly, if that's the way that you like to express yourself sexually, by all means. But for others, you know, it's more like, I love this analogy. This is like, oh, how do you wear your favorite pair of jeans? you wear them comfortably. You wear them like you know it. You wear them like you own it. They make you feel good. You feel good in your body when you wear them, hopefully if they're your favorite pair of jeans. That's how we wear, that's how I invite you to wear your sexuality, that there's nothing that's expected of you, right? And it's a journey for everybody. So wherever we're starting out is fine. We don't have to pretend like we're more free than we actually are. There's a lot of shame and a lot of embarrassment around this topic. So I think the way that I bridge that is just by modeling and being the example and offering out this, that it's normalizing the conversation, that we all show up where we're at with what we have. And there's no shame in that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And one thing I'm noticing is that just how you frame the conversation and also your tone of voice, that really does help as well. And so another question that, we have to ask you is just kind of like, what have you learned about yourself throughout this journey? I know you've spoken already to some aspects of it.
Yeah.
What are some kind of lessons or some insights that you've kind of gleaned from what you do?
Wow. I mean, I'm always learning, which is why I call myself a specialist in women's sexuality and not an expert, because I don't ever want to be an expert. Right? I don't want to know all that. I don't want to know too much.
And that's powerful how you say, that you're constantly, because learning is it's like an iterative process. Sometimes we think that, we can learn everything that there is to learn about something, but that's not really how the brain works. And that's not how it's a constant process.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because life is constantly growing. Like, we are not stagnant beings, right? So I don't know that we can ever know ever. And if I don't know, that would be boring. Like, if I forgot I didn't know everything about that, like what's next then? Right? I think there's always further to go and there's always more to know. And I think for me, my gosh, there's just so many things I've learned. And let me just tune in here to myself for a minute and kind of see what I think would be the most impactful pieces to share for now. I would say one of the biggest game changers for me was really learning how to tell the difference between what's called wanting and versus willing. So knowing what it feels like in my body to be in desire, where I'm really desiring to receive something or to give something. That could be anything in life, by the way, but in sex as well. Knowing the difference between, okay, I really want to be touched a certain way. This is what I'm desiring to receive. I really want to give or do something to my partner. That's a desire happening in me versus when it's not a desire that I'm actually having. Maybe my partner is wanting it, but I'm not actually wanting it. But I now know how to tune into myself and be like, wow, okay, that's not my desire, but I'm actually willing to give that as a gift. And I know this might sound, it's a little hard to pick this apart, but there's a big difference between I want something versus I'm willing to do that. It's not my personal desire, but I'm willing to do that or give it as a gift because my partner desires it. I know that one of the biggest problems that I have had in my own intimate relationships and that I see as I work with women and couples in my therapy practice, this is literally it's one of the most common. It's one of the most confusing initially, but it's also one of the simplest things to resolve. And it just has to do, there's some skills and tools that I teach in my practice and touch games and experiments that really help people to come into a direct experience with the difference between these two things. And why it's made such a difference in my life is because then it's no longer these situations you get in where they're oh, my partner wants to have sex right now, but I don't really want to. So no one's having sex. Versus if we could get to a point of learn how to feel ourselves deeply enough to feel my partner really wants sex. I don't really want it now. I'm not totally in desire for it, but am I willing to show up for that experience and to allow that and to soften? Am I a full yes to that right now? Maybe the answer is yes, and maybe the answer is no. But the point is that we no longer have to get ourselves in these conundrums where two people have to want the same thing at the same time in order for anything to happen. I mean, that's how you end up with a sexless marriage. Because we think, oh, my partner doesn't want it, so I'm just not gonna do it. Instead of hey, okay, you don't want sex, but what are you willing to do? Are you willing to cuddle? Are you willing to kiss? Are you willing? What about oral sex? Like, what are you willing right now? Even if you're not wanting, is there anything in this smorgasbord of experiences that are available to us that you're willing to do right now? Because I have this desire to connect intimately. So that's been one of the biggest pieces for me, is understanding that difference. I mean, the lights have come on bright with that learning, and it's an ongoing learning there. And so there's a lot more around that, but I'll stop there, see if there's more that you want to know about that, or if we have any listeners who are people tuning in for their questions. I'll be happy to take those too.
Yeah, so I see a few comments here, saying absolutely, beautifully articulated, like yes, saying so. Thank you for sharing that. In what you do, you help women and you help couples, who feel shut down and disconnected from love, sex, and intimacy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, is there anything that maybe for men particularly, the man in me is about kind of like empowering and supporting and get the purpose of our organization is not just what it's all about, because it's about empowering and supporting women as well. Like, we're in this together, especially those that are in a partner, relationship with each other. But if you have anything that you would like to share specifically for men, they can help support women.
Yeah, I would love to just chat with any men that want to listen to this conversation. I love it. I actually love counseling and coaching men. I do, because what I love about men is they're just so ready and willing. Like, they want the direct information. Like, just shoot me straight. Tell me what to do, and I just love and adore that. So I just want to give a little shout out to men. I think men are amazing. And I think where some men really struggle, and I would love to know, like, men watching this, or Alonzo, if you have some specifics around that you see a lot of men struggle with around intimacy, like, throw them at me. Like, I'd love to have that interactive kind of response. But I'll throw out one place where I do see men sometimes struggling, not understanding why a woman might shut down to sex, and not, getting very lost as to what to do. And for women in generally speaking, like, we need the emotional connection first. So a lot of times it's like, if you think about it, like, it's from the outside in. So for men, it's like, let's go straight for the whole enchilada, right? Thinking about sex and want sex, let's just get this thing happening, right? For most women, we're going to need a lot more warm up and lead in. So that might look like little flirty text messages or sweet words, or a comment on her appearance. Find something beautiful about her. Anything. Make sure it's genuine. But that's one way to magnify feminine energies, through appreciation and through validation and acknowledgement, by actually seeing her. What's beautiful about her today? Comment on her beauty, on her physical presence. And women need more time too in the bedroom. So here's a fun fact that I think every man needs to know this. Every woman needs to know too, because I did not know this either before I got on my journey. And it was like, oh, no wonder. Well, on average, women need 21 minutes or longer of foreplay before they're going to be really consistently orgasmic during penetrative sex. 21 or more minutes. So for some women, and it depends on the woman and it depends on the day and which way the wind is blowing, it could even be 30 or 45 minutes of actually warming up her body. Many women don't know how to feel whether or not they're really a full yes for penetration. And men think this too, like, oh, okay, I think as a woman I'm wet. He's like, yeah, she's wet. It's time to go. But really what we're looking for are two other things. In addition to being lubricated, are the tissues actually also engorged? Is it fluffy and puffy down there? We have the same amount of erectile tissue in our bodies as women, in our genitals, that men have in their penis. It's just spread out over a larger area. And so what's happening a lot of times is penetration is often happening too soon for women. And there's reasons for that. One, because we don't know about, oh, we have to also get a hard on. We've got to get engorged down there as women. So we need more touch, more time. Okay, we're wet. Are we also engorged? Okay, yes. The other piece that tends to happen a lot is a woman, it's really waiting until you're actually a yes, like an I want this now. It's a very, very different state than like, yeah, I'm wet, I'm fluffy down there, like, let's do it. It's very different. That's really where, like, it will just be a totally different experience if you as a woman can wait and allow yourself to really receive whatever you need, more kissing, more touching, more petting, more oral sex, whatever, to really get your desire turned on. That will change so much for you and your male partner. It really, really will. But what's hard about that is that a lot of times as women, we feel like we feel bad. Like we don't want to make our partners wait, or we don't want to make them work so hard. We're like, well, he really wants it. He's ready. And if I take too long, then he might lose his erection. So there's this whole dialogue going on inside our heads as women. We feel bad, right? So we're doing this self-sacrifice thing. We're sacrificing our own pleasure because we think we want to let him have his, and it's good enough. But we're really robbing not just ourselves from a totally new experience of sex, we're also robbing our partners. Because when a woman is fully expanded into her feminine energy in sex, it's like a different world. It's like, that's like the kingdom of heaven right there, you know, literally. And so we have that in our power as women to really give ourselves that time that our bodies need to really warm up and fully open, fully relax. And as a man, what a male partner can do is understand that that's a gift also for you. You're going to get more of her feminine essence and her feminine energy if you allow her that time and you work with her body to help it gently and slowly open rather than trying to rush things or just shoving something in there. A lot of women have discomfort during sex or pain, and this is one of the reasons why, because there's not enough time being allowed for those tissues to really warm up, to really get ready, and for her heart and her soul to be like, yeah, okay, I'm really ready now. So it's just going to take as long as it takes, and it's the hardest part because we have to open up the space for that and get over like some of the programming around like feeling bad that we're making our partners wait so long, or our partners getting frustrated that it's taking so. Why does she need so much time? This is just the way that it is. And there's great benefit to a man in that as a practice of love and devotion to help his partner's body relax and open. There's a lot for a man to get out of that.
Hey, thank you so much for sharing. You know, for me, I'm just sitting here thinking, wow, you speak about sex so comfortably. Just to be a little bit vulnerable. For me, I'm like, wow, it's hard for me to kind of like open up and talk about those kind of things. And you're speaking so freely and openly. So, you know, just I think that, you know, based off of the comments I'm seeing, that you're definitely helping some people. But I guess you mentioned that if I had any questions based off the things that I noticed, you know, conversation, you know, amongst each other. So I'm wondering, when it comes to sex, you know, how should I put this? How do you think a man should communicate? And let me know if I'm phrasing this. This is probably a better way to phrase this question. But I know that sometimes communication there's a wall that's there between partners. What are ways in which we can do, you know, to take away that wall? You know?
I love it. I love this because the wall, like I am quite possibly, if I was going to be an expert at anything, I would be an expert at bringing down the wall. I'm certainly a specialist at that. And I know this just from my own life experience, my own journey. I had such a big wall up against my partner when I was married and very shut down, and my desire was gone. And the wall was like the Great Wall of China. Like there was no getting through that. Try as he might. And he tried. Oh, I was not letting that wall down. So what I would say about that is you have to understand that the wall, if you've got a wall, it's your wall. Okay, so there's a couple things I want to say about this. Number one, is your wall. The wall exists within you, and your partner didn't put it there. Okay, that's sort of like, it's the bad news, and it's actually the really, really good news. Your partner didn't put the wall there. So if you're talking about your own wall, only you are responsible for bringing that down. And that's really a practice of softening into what's there, being present with the wall, and making a choice. Am I going to allow this wall to keep distance and allow me to stay in my anger and my resentment, my frustration, whatever it is that wall is protecting? Am I going to allow the wall to remain in place, or am I going to be vulnerable and allow myself to speak from instead of the anger and the wall and the resentment? Am I going to speak instead from the vulnerability and the truth of what's actually under that? There's usually a deep pain and a deep hurt and a deep sadness that's there. And we can bring the wall down just by softening inward towards it, right? So frustration and anger, those are kind of surface emotion, and resentment, those are sort of surface emotions of the wall. So what's under it? And can we learn how to speak vulnerably with our partner from the truth, which is the pain and the hurt? Okay, so that's one piece. Now, if you're talking about like, my woman's got this huge wall because she's pissed at me because I didn't, I forgot to pick the milk up at the store, right? Like the last 5 times she asked me. So she's really pissed, right?
2 times, but the last 5 times.
She's tired of it. Dang it. I can't remember. So, okay. Anyway, you get what I'm getting at here. So women, we will use the wall as a way to punish our partners. And we are masters at this, if you admit it. Women out there watching, yes, you're a master at using this wall to try to punish your partner. You're trying to keep yourself safe. You're trying to protect yourself using this wall. But you know what sucks? Is that you're lonely, you're not feeling loved, you're not feeling connected, and it's not working because he's not getting it, right? So to help your woman bring her wall down, I mean, first of all, my teaching to women is that is within our control. The most powerful thing you'll ever do is understand that and start to practice bringing your own wall down by communicating from the pain and the hurt instead of the distance and the punishment and the resentment. It's a totally different thing. So that's a communication thing, right? To help your woman bring her wall down is really a matter of staying. So what happens with a lot of guys is they get scared of it, right? They're just like, oh shit, like I'm out. She'll, I'm going to leave her alone. She's got this wall and I can feel it. She's pissed at me. I'm just going to I'm going to ditch. I'm going to dip, leave the chat here for the next few days until she comes around. It's literally probably one of the worst things that you could do as a man. What can help her bring the wall down is just with your love and with your presence, maybe even not so many words. Feel, if you can feel into that wall, if you can actually feel her deeper self and the deeper part of her that's hurting, and see if you can just hold your love around that to help her be able to feel herself more, to invite her to feel the actual hurt that's under it and to speak from that, because it's a mistake that we make as women. I've done it, and I know women how hard it is when we're pissed. Like, we're just effing pissed, right? Like, we want our man to know how pissed we are, right? Rah! But like, so what happens if we do that too much, like coming from the rage and the anger? Like, that actually is going to have the opposite effect. If you as a woman can actually speak from the pain and the hurt that your partner's actions had on you, and that's like, that will be more powerful. That will move your man to want to fix it, to want to get closer to you. It will bring you the intimacy that you want and the connection that you want. But the wall and the anger and operating from that place exclusively, it always works against us as women. But men, what you can do if your woman is doing that, again, don't run away. Don't leave her all by herself to figure that out on. That's what men will do. That works well for men. You got to pull away. How you usually solve problems, right? Is by like, I'm going to go in my cave and I'm going to figure this shit out, right? And that's what most men want. They want to be left alone. If they can't resolve it on their own, then they reach out for help. For women, we might not admit this in the moment, almost 99% of the time, we want you to chase after us. We storm out of the room and say, leave me alone, unconsciously even. it's not really what we want. We want the connection. We want to feel you. We want to know that you are there, that you're not scared of our emotions, because we're pretty freaking scared of our own emotions most of the time. We want to know that our man can show up in that strength, but in a loving presence, so that we can break those walls down. So hope that answered your question.
All right. So there's another question that's on the screen right now. And I just want to say, based off of what you're saying, it's so important to be able to talk about emotions and, to be able to open up on that level as well. Because sometimes deep pain, causes these walls to come up. And many times we don't ask, like, what is it that's causing or what contributed to that, so.
Yeah.
But this question, go ahead.
Really quickly on that, I want to say the deep pain, yes, but it's our reaction to that deep pain and our dislike of feeling the pain. So we put the wall up. I want that question back.
Yeah. So that question, so it says, I am very in tune with my own sexuality and pleasuring myself and healing from past issues.
Nice.
I am single and dating. When in the conversation do we discuss this with a tentative partner, and doing that prior to sexual intimacy?
So Kendra, if you're on right now, can you clarify? Because I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Like, when do you discuss what? Self-pleasure or your past issues? Or I'm not totally clear on the question.
Yeah. And I think with this platform, Love StreamYard, we are able to kind of like capture comments from different social media platforms, such as Facebook. And so Kendra won't necessarily be able to speak.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, I will answer this the way that I understand it then. Well, and I'm not sure what she's asking, but there's two answers then I'll have, depending on what the question is here. I mean, okay, I think that like talking about sex is like, that should be really like first date conversation. Well, like knowing what you're looking for and what you're desiring and knowing where you stand, like in terms of how soon you want, like as a woman, like know what that is for you right away. And then if you're talking about like bringing up past issues and having healed yourself, I mean, I think that that's something like, when would you disclose to somebody, if you had a chronic illness, that's probably not like first date stuff, right? And so if you have past trauma and past issues, I think that that's something that you establish trust with somebody. Is that going to be impacting the relationship, and how? If so, I mean, these are things absolutely that if you're planning to get more exclusive and more serious with one person, that's a conversation that should definitely come in maybe around the time that you have the talk of exclusivity, or if you're deciding to become sexual with that person and the past issues are going to somehow impact the sexual relationship, then at the time that you're hopefully having a conversation, I recommend having conversations about STDs, just like it's dinner table conversation. And when was the last time you were tested? And are the two of you going to get tested before you have sex? How will you manage, contraception use? Like, how are you going to manage those things? What would happen if an accidental pregnancy? Like, all of that stuff needs to be absolutely out on the table. And I think that would probably be the time to bring up if you have past sexual trauma or issues that you're worried might impact how you show up in the sexual relationship. So that's my answer to that one. I don't know if that's what she was asking. But.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. So just going back to kind of like feelings and emotions, how does it make you feel to be able to be in a space where you can talk about, the topic of like sex and sexual intimacy and connection with yourself and others? Like how does that make you feel?
I love it. Can you tell how excited I am to be here talking about it? I love it. It's so much fun. And yeah, I mean, I think because I was so lost in sex, and, you're in my past. And I know that I was not the only, I felt like it was only me back then. And I realized now, I was not alone, and so many people struggle around sexuality. So the more free that I can become and the more excited I can get about this conversation, the more that I can make it just normal, like dinner table conversation, then I also free other people. It's almost like giving other people permission to step up and speak out and feel more comfortable with their own sexuality. So I can't imagine anything that could be more fun than that.
Yeah. Have you ever had kind of like a challenge and talking about like maybe somebody, you know, perceived, like maybe you were having an open conversation and then somebody perceived it in a particular kind of way. That, you know, like how, like if you've had a story about that, like what was that story, but how were you able to overcome, you know, that situation if it's ever happened to you?
Like being taken the wrong way. Like when I talk about, I'm positive it happens every day. I'm positive that it does. I mean, yeah, it's just to own it. You know, like I don't have control over what other people think about me or if they want to think about me. I mean, and if I get assumed to be something that I would rather not be assumed to be, like, you know, that's okay. Like, what's wrong with that? Anyway, by the way, if someone thinks I'm a slut, what's actually wrong with that? Why do we make that wrong for a woman? You know, I actually went through a period where I decided to just embrace that aspect. Not that I've ever really been, I've never really been like super promiscuous or anything like that. And not that there's anything wrong with that. If you are, like, please just be safe about it. But like for me, I realized like I had actually carried like a real fear, like, oh my God, what if people think that I'm like a slut? And then I had this aha moment of like, wait a minute, like that's actually, I'm judging myself. And if I'm judging myself, I'm probably judging other people unconsciously. So I decided like just to work with that part of myself and my judgment on that aspect of sexual expression. And I went through a period of time where I allowed myself to be very exploratory and very free and got in touch with that part that we might call slut, which is like, that would be the worst thing that someone could think that I was. And it's like, wow, man, sluts have a lot of fun, you know, like it can be a lot of fun, you know? So I think that some of that is just, for me, it's just owning it. What is that shadow part of myself that I'm so worried someone might see me as, you know? And I cannot control what other people think of me. I can live my life and live my truth and express my sexuality the way that I desire and the way that I want to, the way that's right for me. But what other people say or think about me it's up to them.
Okay. And so we do have a follow-up question from Kendra. She says, you know, thank you, Susan, you know, for your sharing. Should I talk about sex on the first date and what I enjoy?
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's a great question. I think my position on that is probably, it's maybe shifted a little bit. I might have at one point said right away, but I think it depends on what are you looking for in your dating life? So are you looking for, you know, are you looking for a long-term partner? Are you looking for more of a sexual partner right now? I mean, it's totally fine, but really, really know like what you're actually looking for. Then I think that if you do it on the first date, it would be more along the lines, this is just my opinion, okay? That definitely would be more like I'm looking for a sexual partner. And that's fine. You should absolutely be straight up if that's what you want and that's mostly what you're interested in. You should talk about sex on the first date. If you're looking for more of a long-term, you know, something that's not just a sexual partner, I would suggest waiting a couple dates or 3. You know, do not wait until you're 6 months in. Absolutely not. This talks about sex should definitely be sooner rather than later, because what you don't want to have happen, and I've seen this, I work with couples where this has happened to all the time. This has happened to me in my own life in one of the relationships that I was in, that you might end up like complete with totally different erotic landscapes. And what's really sad is when you've gone into a relationship, nobody's talked about sex. Now you're exclusive and you're committed and you're monogamous. And it turns out that you're totally not sexually compatible. So my suggestion is definitely have that conversation early on. Maybe not necessarily the first date, but I would say probably by date 3, maybe 4. Certainly not when you're like ready to, you know, get exclusive and only date each other. You're already exclusive. It's just a bad idea in my opinion, because the sex is so important. I mean, that's the thing that defines our intimate relationships from every other relationship we have, right? It's the sex. That's the thing that makes it different. It's the only thing really many times. So having that conversation early on is so important.
All right. So so we do have one more question. Let's see. Just for now, because there's more questions that are popping up. So as they come, so the man in me, you know, you know, we're just thankful that you're here. I'm going to read this that I see on the screen. It says, I'm glad you're bringing this up because the responsibility aspect of sex is unspoken and taboo. If more people look at sex differently and more responsibly, how much more comfortable will we all be? You know, and that's a true statement, because the way that we talk about sex is super important. It really is.
And I love, thank you for whoever sent that. I didn't catch the name, but thank you for asking that. Absolutely. And here's what one of the things that has changed my life in the sexual domain, and one of the things that I tell and offer to every, especially couples, but just individuals as well, but couples in particular, you are 100%, how about this? Like, what would change? What would be different if you were 100% responsible for your pleasure in the relationship? How would you show up differently? What would change? How would you have to be different if you're 100% responsible for your pleasure? Given just this is the way the relationship is, right? We're not going to try to change our partners or do any of that right now. But if I am 100% responsible for my pleasure, then what do I have to do differently? And, 100% of the time, people very quickly realize, like, wow, I have to speak up for what I want. That's like almost the first thing that people respond to that question with. Oh, I would have to stop expecting him to just initiate all the time. I might actually have to take a chance and be vulnerable and initiate. So it absolutely is one of the things that will change the nature of your sexual relationship if you come at it from that perspective of, I'm responsible for my experience right now. This is what's happening. This is what I'm feeling. So now what am I going to do with that? It's up to me. And it doesn't mean that we're to blame for the problems. It doesn't mean our partners don't have work that they also need to do. But what it means is that it's what is within my capacity to do that maybe I haven't considered doing because I've been making my partner responsible for all of it. It'll set you free. And I know that one piece has helped me immensely. And it's allowed much more love to flow in my relationships. And it's just been a lot more fun and free.
Awesome. So for those of you who are tuned in and watching, there's a free ebook. It's called The Pleasure Keys. It's available at www.pleasurekeys.com. So make sure you check that out. There was another question from earlier that I want to make sure to bring up, but you kind of alluded to this maybe a little bit, but what advice would you give to couples who are basically, they're intentionally practicing kind of like the abstinence prior to marriage, and are now married and are looking to expand their sexual relationship?
Yeah. Yes. And I have worked with couples that have dated for 5 years and did not have sex until marriage for the whole 5 years. And they chose to wait, and they had quite a big learning curve to go through. So I understand that people have reasons, and I certainly don't judge that. What I would suggest is do you talk about sex? Or are you allowing is other sexual touch allowed, like making out or petting or oral sex? Like, is other stuff on the table aside from penetrative sex? Have you spent time with your own body, knowing what you like and how you like to be touched? How comfortable are you talking with your partner about that and giving voice to those things? So I think that that's one way that you could set yourself up for success, so that when you are married and you're ready to go forward with consummating the relationship, that you have more of a comfort level. Because what tends to really work against couples that wait is like what I said with the couple that I worked with, where they really struggled, was just because they hadn't really done that deeper work on themselves, and they were very uncomfortable talking about sex with each other. And then it was kind of awkward when they did have sex, but they didn't really know how to, they were like tiptoeing around it, and there was just a lot of awkwardness. And so like all of that, like you can start to get much more comfortable about your body and just talking about sex ahead of time. And, you can talk about how much you look forward to experiencing that. Like, talk about it, get it out there on the table, and touch yourself and work with your own body and your own sexual energy, or, to whatever capacity, you are allowing intimate or sexual touch with your partner, to invite that in and celebrate that as a beautiful thing. So that would be my response for that. I hope that answered the question.
All right, thank you so much. So we have, with us today, we have Amber Rowe, who's actually the, she's a queen. She is so full of like insight, and wisdom, and I learned so much from her, just in communications over the past 8 years. And so she has like a few things too, like a few questions that she would like to ask a few as well. So welcoming Amber Rowe is gonna join us in this conversation.
Amber, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hi, Amber.
Morgan, that you're on here, and just looking at some of the comments that are on the screen, like so many people are enjoying this session because what you're doing for a lot of people that are listening is just a gentle reminder. But I feel like for others that are on here, you're creating an environment to say, okay, take a deep breath. It's not like that crazy. Sex is not, it's not this big. I feel like people feel like talking about sex like this gulp, like they take this big gulp, and it's like, but how did you get here? So one thing that I wanted to bring up, because I know that there's a lot of ladies watching right now, is how, and I think we've even talked about this before, but how do you get over the brokenness and the hurt from traumatic sexual experiences moving forward when you're in a wholesome and very safe relationship, breaking into that and saying, okay, getting over that, that bump, saying it's okay, this is a safe place, but really emulating from the inside out that it's okay to really enjoy and receive.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not going to say that it's not possible to do that on your own, but I do think that it will be more feasible and easier with help, with someone that guides you through that. But here's what I can say to that is that, a lot of that has to do with being able to reclaim your body and reclaim your voice, because when there's been violation, like sexual violation or violation of the body, any kind of physical violation, it's like a loss of power. So if you're finding yourself in a safe relationship, a lot of it is actually learning to reconnect and giving yourself permission to first of all, feel your body and what's a yes and what's a no, actually cultivating that. That's something that I teach in my work and in my I have a 4-month women's mentoring program around sexuality. It's called Wake Up Woman. I teach a touch activity, a non-sexual touch game in that course where you actually really learn how to set limits, hold your limits, use your voice, feel if you're a yes or if you're a no or if you're a maybe. You get to actually practice those skills. And so what that does, it starts to unwind some of the response, which is, the trauma response is, well, it's fight, flight, or freeze. But many times in these snares, it's freeze, it's shut down, right? It's just closing off and tightening up and shutting down. We don't know how to get out of that. So some of it's just about retraining the nervous system to start. And then we expand our boundaries little by little by little as those boundaries are consistently met and honored and respected by the other person. And as we learn how to respect, honor, and hold our own boundaries. So it's a learning, it's a learning scale, and it's done through actually through touch itself. Is the teacher and the healer, and pleasure itself teaches and heals and retrains our nervous system. But it has to be done slowly. What you don't want to do is like force yourself. I lost your image, Amber. I don't know where you went, but hopefully. Okay, good. Yeah, it's like you don't want to put yourself in a situation where your body's shutting down and saying no, but you're going along with things and you're tolerating because you think you should be over it by now, and you're trying to talk yourself out of what you're actually feeling. Like, this should be pleasurable, this should be pleasurable, this should be pleasurable, but it's not. But I'm going to go with it anyway because I'm trying to. That will not work. That is like re-violating, re-traumatizing your body every single time.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for responding to that. My husband's trying to fix some stuff here, but I'm glad you can still hear me. Is there can you guys in the back house see any questions that are arising from what we just talked about? Because I know, especially in the heart work that I do so much with women, there's so many traumatic experiences and they're trying, just like you said, to do it on their own. And this is not something that a lot of us can navigate on our own. And so we need to understand that if we're going to grow, not only in our relationship, but it's really about growing individually. Like that's a really big part of catapulting forward. And so I'm glad you talked about that. Like you do need help. And I feel like, even speaking to like the generational aspects of how like sometimes we don't always get that information deposited down into us from our parents. We don't always get it from our sisters. We don't get it. And so how do we navigate and how do we do that? And, don't even leave it to just social media or watching some silly, YouTube video about it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think, I know you and I talked about that very thing of like, we're sort of like products of our society, and in our culture, we don't have a way of passing this knowledge down, at least not anymore. Perhaps in tribal communities, our ancestors, we had women's lodges and men's lodges, and we had ways to pass this wisdom down. We've lost those rituals in our modern society. We've lost the spaces where these conversations happen, which is, this is how we're doing it, Amber, right now, is by, you holding this kind of, you and Isaac holding these summits and hosting spaces where we can talk about it. The work that I'm doing in the world, where I hold space for women to talk about it, not just talk about it, but actually have experiences, body-based experiences where they're learning about their sexuality, because so much of it, it's not, we're not dysfunctional, like what we've all been taught and what the medical community and our society would like us to believe is that we're broken. It's not true. Like 99% probably is not true. I'm sure there's some things that are there's a physiological issue, but most of the time, particularly when it comes to women, it's not dysfunction, it's education. We're just not educated. We don't know how our bodies work. We don't understand women's sexuality and how it's fundamentally different from what works for men. We've held men as sort of the gold standard for how sexuality should function and should work. And then as women, when we don't match that, we're told or led to believe that something's wrong with us because my body doesn't work like that. I don't have an orgasm so quickly. I'm not ready for penetration in 2 minutes. So we think that what's wrong.
So awesome. I know there are ladies that are going to be watching this, and this is very beneficial for men as well. Like this is why we're holding this summit, and we wanted to have a holistic perspective and bring everybody in because, sometimes we are stuck in thinking this one way based on what we've learned or observed, and things have to shift. And I feel like there's a lot of people that are going to, go back, tonight and say, you know what, I really do need to observe this area of my life because it's not working. And so getting these new perspectives and hearing from a professional right now is going to open up so many doors for us to think a little bit more dimensionally about the problem or what we want to, the goals that we want to achieve. One thing that I want to touch on that you talked about that was so like, it just hit my heart was the tribal type setting that most of the cultures, maybe not so much Western culture, but there's a lot of cultures that really do have these conversations, and the women gather. And I think there's this book, I don't know if you've read it, it's called The Red Tent. Have you read that book before?
Yes, I have. It's been a long time, but yes, I have. Yeah.
So we'll somewhere, my husband's listening, he'll put some type of link or something about the book, but it's a really interesting book because it talks about that culture of coming together, especially like around a woman's cycle, and just really talking about, just stuff. And I think that those are wonderful, not just only around the time of your cycle, but just really thinking about gathering as women and talking about things and not feeling embarrassed or feeling like she's going to, share some of my business or, anything like that. But we're all going through the same thing. And in this book, it talks a lot about how, during the one time of the month, what are you going to do? And back then, I think in the specific culture in the book, a lot of the women had to go to a tent and experience their cycle all together. Woo, could you imagine doing that now? I don't know. But you learn a lot, you observe a lot, and you're a lot more open to expressing different things. But
yeah, I think it
anyway.
calls to the idea that a woman's body is sacred terrain. We are connected to earth, and in our culture we've really lost that because we're so masculinized as women, right? Just with the way that we become in our society. So I think a lot of what you're speaking to is really returning to the sacredness of our bodies through our connection to the earth, and the earth mimics. It mimics our bodies mimic the cycles of the seasons of the earth, and it's a very spiritual experience. So as a woman connects more with her own body, with her cycles, specifically her fertility cycles, and not just the monthly cycle, but over the lifespan, we go through these spiritual stages that are highly connected to the 4 seasons. And 4 stages of spiritual development. So as a woman, like that is really truly our conduit into source and into our spiritual work as women happens through the body, through our sexuality, and through our fertility cycles. So that's sort of a conversation maybe for another summit.
Right. But for the ladies that are on here listening, they're going to be like, yeah, I totally understand that. So I see that there's a question that came up from Miss Kendra Sturdivant. Hey, Miss Kendra, as a single parent, when and what age should I discuss sexual pleasure with our children? With our children?
So I think you're asking, Kendra, of like, at what age should you talk about sex, like with kids? Yeah, I mean, is that...
Yeah, it says, should I discuss sexual pleasure? So, I mean, that could be just sex in general, or, more.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like babies masturbate like in utero. They've discovered this, that, well, little boys, because it's a little easier because they have the external genitalia, but maybe little girls do too. But so like, we're always from a very young age exploring our own bodies and discovering, wow, it feels good when I touch it. And so what my suggestion would be is that you talk about it with them when you either observe it happening or when they ask you about it. So many times it's really common to see a child perhaps exploring their genitals, and obviously, like, we never want to create more shame around that. So if it's not in a place where that's necessarily, like, if you're at the grocery store and they're exploring, looking down their panties or something, like, oh, I see you're really curious about that. That's, let's go home. And if you want to explore that at home, that'll be, a more private place to take a look. Right? You want to be really positive about it, because the last thing we need is more shame around our sexuality, right? And or when a child comes to you and they do at very early ages, y'all, like, I mean, I think my kids started asking around age 4 or 5. They were going to ask, where do babies come from? That's probably what they're going to ask, because we wonder, like, how did we get here? And we do a great disservice. This is my personal opinion, and I don't think everybody might not agree with me, but I say you start talking to them about it as soon as they start asking. So if they're 4 and 5 years old and they want to know where babies come from, don't tell them that the stork brings the baby. Just tell them how it works. Draw pictures. That's what I did. I'm like, all right, we're going to sit down. I'm going to draw you some pictures. Here's a man's body. Here's a woman's body. Here's what happens. It's called this. The names of the body parts. It's a vagina and a penis. And this is how it happens, and I break it down, and, like, it should, to the level that they can understand. But kids can understand a lot more, I think, than we give them credit for, especially
they totally understand a lot more than we give them credit for. So I'm glad that you brought that up. And one of the key things that you said is, at the level in which they can receive. So, we're not going to go through the whole process when they're 5 years old and show them like actual images, but they can definitely see at their level what is needed. And, I think sometimes there might be parents on here that are like, well, my husband feels that way, but I'm not quite ready for that. And you have to, definitely sit down and have a conversation with your partner or the person that you're co-parenting about, because in those crucial ages, just like you were saying, as soon as they start exploring, and they start asking questions, you both have to be on the same page about how you're going to introduce this information to your child. Because if we don't, then someone will. And can you imagine learning about this from a 7 or 8 year old? No.
Or from porn. We're going to learn it from it on YouTube. They're going to watch porn. Kids are accessing porn at age 6, 7, and 8 years old now, which is kind of scary.
That is
So
scary.
they're going to learn about it that way, or they're not going to know. This is true stories here. I know women that didn't know what a period was, and they thought they were dying when their period started. They were so terrified because blood was coming out. They thought that they were dying because their mother or their parents or whoever never bothered, never cared enough, or probably was too ashamed to sit down and be like, hey, this is life. This is how it's happened. This is what's going to happen, why it happens. As someone that I knew didn't understand that periods meant that you were now fertile and could get pregnant. So at 14, she ended up pregnant and had an abortion because nobody ever, raised in a very Catholic family, and it was kept hush hush. You weren't supposed to know about your body or periods or pregnancy or sex. It was all very shameful and kept a secret. That did not do her a service. So we're not going to keep kids from having sex by not talking about it. I absolutely guarantee you we're not going to keep. And what's going to help is education and letting them be able to be open about their sexuality, be able to talk about their sexuality. Teenagers have sex, y'all. I mean, that's when it starts to happen. That's when our hormones kick in. That's when we start to have interest in sex. So we do nobody a service by trying to keep it a secret or delaying the conversation longer than it's far more awkward to try to talk to a teenager about sex than it is a 5-year-old. I know from experience, direct experience. My kids, when they were 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, all the way up until about age 13, they would ask questions. They wanted to know. They were curious. But once they hit 13 and up, if I try to bring it up, they're like, I don't want to talk about, it's just like an instant wiring. Like suddenly it's awkward and weird and we don't want to talk about that. It's embarrassing. But when they're young, they're all ears. They're curious. So that's the time to get them. I think we should be educating children much earlier in the public school systems about sexuality. I don't think that conversation should wait until, when do they do it? Like 8th grade or 10th grade? It's really late. It should be, I think, like kindergarten and first grade.
I think you're right, Morgan. I think you're right, because they're exposed to so much, and we're hoping that, their innocence is, preserved as long as, maybe it had been for us, but it's not. They're being exposed sooner and sooner and sooner to these things. And so, you would want for them to learn these things from the parent and, not from the world per se, just like we're talking about, because it will be introduced. And to think that the environments that we try to keep and the protective, the warm, snuggly blankets that we try to wrap our children in to make it seem like, oh, they'll never, be exposed to this and all that. That's not true. It comes out in, very unusual ways. And I think one area that we really have to monitor is, even when they're watching programs on television, there's so many commercials and flashes of things that come up, and it can start shaping their idea really early of what sexuality is. And that's another thing that I want to talk about in just a second. But television programs can really sneak in little things that we don't catch because we're busy being responsible parents. We have to make money. We have to, do things, but you have to constantly monitor the things that your children are watching.
Which is so hard to do because they all have cell phones now. Your kids are a lot younger than mine are, Amber, but there's no way I can monitor everything they're watching on YouTube. And they're getting access to all kinds of things. So you're right. There's only so much we can do. I like to think about the story of Sleeping Beauty, where her parents, right, the curse that the witch put on her was that Sleeping Beauty would, at age 16, she would prick her finger on a spinning wheel needle, and she would fall asleep for eons or whatever, right? And so her parents, the way they responded to that was they got rid of all of the spinning wheels in the entire kingdom, trying to protect their little girl. Well, what happens? She finds the one and only one that they missed and pricks her finger and falls asleep. So the point of that story, you think about this as raising children, we cannot protect our kids from every danger that they're going to encounter in the world. But what we can do is we could like think of if Sleeping Beauty's parents had educated her. If you see this needle, don't touch it. But if they had taken the time to educate her, instead of trying to protect her from the world, she might have encountered that spinning wheel needle and been like, oh, that's right, there's this curse, and like it's dangerous if I touch it. Here's the consequences. I can make a choice to touch it or not, but I know that if I do, this is what might happen. Like education, y'all. And so we can't protect our kids from everything, but what we can do is educate them early, instill your values early, so that when they come across these things in the world, they can filter that through the education and hopefully the healthy brainwashing that you've done on them at an early age, instilling values that you want to program into them at an early age. Then they can see that stuff and know, like, oh, that's not really real. Like the pornography, for example, that's not really real. And that's not really what you want to emulate. That's not really how people, especially the women in some of that porn, like that's not really realistic. So it's all about just equipping the children with the information, the knowledge, and the resources, and knowing also, I think is really important that they opening a safe space so that they can come to you to talk about it, which I think can be hard for parents because it's hard to acknowledge our children as sexual beings. We don't see them that way. So that, I think that's one of the obstacles parents need to, I even sometimes feel like, oh my God, I have teenagers, and I'm like, okay, it's cool. Like they are sexual beings. And of course they're going to have boyfriends and and I think I've done a really good job equipping them. I still have moments, I'm the sex therapist here, and I still have moments where it's like, oh, okay, just relax. We all grow. This is part of humanness, and embrace this, and they're becoming adults, and that, sexuality is part of that. And so just, so I think as parents, we need to get comfortable with acknowledging that our children are sexual beings. They are. It's a part of humanity.
Absolutely. So one thing that I wanted to bring up, and just for those who are managing things, make sure we stay on time because we could talk about this for a while. But so I wanted to get your take on the difference between sensuality and sexuality. And I feel like this is a really big issue, not only for men and women, for adults, but I feel like what we translate this into for children, especially teenagers who are, enthusiasts on YouTube and Instagram, and they're looking at all these beautiful images and lifestyles that may be real, may not be real, how to start embedding this information, and really kind of saying, you know what, there's a difference here, and you don't have to be sexy like that. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a difference. And so what do you think about sensuality versus sexuality?
Well, yeah, I think there's maybe two different questions in that. Like one about what kids are exposed to, and like, geez, that's a tough one because they want what they see.
Dive in where you want to dive in, girl.
It's a harder one. Yeah, sensuality, I think how I define it is more like the senses and sensate awareness, and the feeling sense when I'm in my body, and feeling soft silk against my skin, or the wind blowing against my face. So really being embodied and connected to my senses, versus sexuality, which involves the erotic life force energy, which I think for me personally, the way I experience that is more as like a creative force that drives and feeds my desires and my creations in the world. For me, it's not just about physical sex.
Yes.
It's really about drive for life and this drive to create, which is it's connected to sensuality, but it's distinctly different for me in that it's sort of a life force generative energy that is very palpable and very real. Whereas sensuality in and of itself isn't necessarily sexual, but sexuality, I think, is largely, it is highly connected to the sensual.
I love how you describe that, because I feel like, just being like, in my own personal experience, just understanding how I am a woman. I am a feminine energy, and there is sensuality surrounded around just being that, how I sense myself, how I feel when I have my hair up and my neckline is more exposed, or how I feel when I'm wearing a dress, or even how I feel just being, You know, there's a sensual experience that happens, and that can be attractive to people as well. But I feel like, and I talked about this actually last night on my podcast with a colleague of mine, that, you know, what our children are facing when they look on TV and they look on things is very, very sexual. And they're not understanding first their own natural beauty, respecting their own aura, their own senses of who they are, and understanding that. And that can take a very long time for people to start collecting that information about themselves. But I think that whenever we're teaching ourselves and teaching our children, whenever they want to put on a crop top or something, like, how does that really make you feel? Does it make you feel good because that shirt is really cute, or does it make you think that you're going to attract a boy? You know what I mean? So there's a difference, and I think we need to understand that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, there's so much inside of that. I don't know how much time.
I know, it's girl. I just opened it up and just thought we just hit the surface.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot too to be said. You know, for a young girl who's becoming a woman into adulthood, yeah, there is sort of this coming online of realizing what your sexuality can get you, which is the lower aspect of the feminine, where we use sexual magnetism to get what we want from the world and from men in specific. So that's a low sort of
that's a low vibe.
It's a low vibe and a low expression, but it's sort of, that's the aspect I think that young girls are coming into contact with. And unfortunately, it's what you see a lot in media and on TV, is that over sexualized feminine, and that's what it means to be feminine, and the women getting what they want, and, you know, and same with men. The men, you know, that happens too. The over sexualized use of, you know, symbols of power and money and wealth, and we're bombarded with it. And I think, you know, that's really where the education comes in. I mean, it's disembodied. That is sex without love, right? And it's the lower expression of the feminine, which is manipulation through use of the body and use of sexual energy, instead of using sexual energy for the creation of life, for the cultivation of love, for connection to God, source, and spirit, and for actually generating love, because manipulation is not love. But at the same time, I think for young people, you know, they're coming online to the power of that. And I don't think that's necessarily wrong or bad, but you definitely want to balance it out with the other side of the picture. And I think the best way as parents that we can do that is through how we live our lives and the conversations that we're having with our kids about it. And getting curious about it, not shaming them, but let's explore that. What is it? Yeah, like you said, like, what is it about that outfit? You know, is it how you feel, or, you know, how does it make you feel? How do you notice that boys look at you differently when you dress like that? I promise you, every woman knows. I mean, we act like we don't, but please just admit, we know when we dress a certain way, we know what that does to men, and we do it on purpose. Sometimes that's not a good idea, y'all.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much, Morgan, for answering some of those questions that I had, and so many other ladies that were trying to message me while all this was happening. So I hope you guys got your questions answered. Alonzo, thank you so much. And thank you guys so much, Morgan. Thank you.
Yeah, it's so much fun. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's been a joy to be here.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I just want to thank you, Morgan Susan Taylor. You got your Masters of Arts. Ooh, ooh. So, but I feel like what you shared. Thank you for being on and for your sharing. So yeah. So for those of you who you know, have been tuning in, you know, for today, this has been just a wonderful day of you know, information that was shared. We started out with session one, Mayor Larry Wallace, who's the first African-American mayor of the city of Maynard. He shared about courageous leadership. And then that was followed by Brother Corey Jones, you know, who was talking about the trauma, you know, how childhood trauma like affects our lives. And then we just like heard from Morgan Susan Taylor, who's a sex therapist, you know, who talked about those insights. So, you know, Man and Me, you know, it's about kind of like restoring hope, you know, in this generation, because there's so much hope that has been lost. But the purpose of this restoring hope is for a positive transformation. both for ourselves, in our minds, our mindsets, for those that we're in connection with. When we think about connection, it's about connection with ourselves, but it's also connection with other people too. And so the Man and Me, for 8 years, has been going very hard at it. But we hope that from what you've heard, that you've gotten something from it. We aren't finished yet because we actually have another session that's coming up. You've seen Amber Rowe just for a little bit there, but her and Isaac Rowe, who's the CEO of the Man and Me, he's the founder of our organization. They're going to be talking about building business with the family, having this work-life balance, because it's important for us to set goals and to try to work toward meeting those goals. But sometimes, there's other things that come into play. Our families are important. Work, especially nowadays, it can take a lot of hours, of our time. So how do we balance those things together? Like how do we build, the businesses, but then we still have these other things that we're working on too. So at this time, we're just gonna we're going to go ahead and play a short promo video. And then after this promo video, we're going to go ahead and bring up Isaac and Amber Rowe. That's going to talk about this work life and business balance.
Not having my father around in my life felt like a big hole.
As a kid, my dad had disowned me.
To that moment at 50 years old in my life, I looked at myself and I was ashamed of who I was.
You have to admit your mistakes, and that's hard for a man.
Not having a father in the home creates an imbalance in a child's life.
I see the society is sending double signals. In one sense, it says a man is supposed to lead the household. He's supposed to go out and work, and he's supposed to make sure that the family is provided for.
Knowing and seeing other people's having their families and having their father around, you really look at your life like, where's yours?
Because what he didn't do made me strong.
The Man and Me is a nonprofit organization that educates, strengthens, and supports men. Check out what we're doing in the community.
All right. So wasn't that such a powerful video? Like every time I see it, I'm just like, wow, really, really amazing stuff. So yes, the Man and Me, we exist. Like I said, it's about restoring hope, for a positive transformation. The mission of the Man and Me is to support men with the tools needed to guide them toward responsible manhood and fatherhood. The way we do this, like our goals, the objectives that we have, we want to educate men to create unity in their families. We want to promote mind-changing patterns, incorporating principles to strengthen thoughts, like in circumstances. When we go through difficult circumstances, just kind of what is our mindset? How do we work to overcome and not get stuck in the midst of situations? We support with resources that create a stronger society and present unique, culturally diverse programs that would engage our generation to make a positive change. Part of cultural capital is like what is the wisdom that we're passing down over time? How are we investing in our next generation, and also how are we investing in ourselves? So that's what the Man and Me exists for. I hope so far that you've enjoyed this summit. We have another session to come. And before I kind of like introduce, the ones that are coming, check out the website, themanandme.org, because there's a lot of good information on that website. There's also the Facebook page. and this event right now is being streamed. You're welcome to go back and listen to it again and again. But like I was saying a little bit earlier, that the next thing that's coming up is the Queen, Amber Rowe and Isaac Rowe. They're going to be talking about this balance, the balancing business, balancing work, balancing life, all the joys that come with that, as well as the frustrations that come with that. and there are some frustrations. We can say that, okay, everything's perfect, we have it mapped out, but when you talk about balance, it can be frustrating at times. But let's not just give in to that frustration. Let's work to move forward to overcome that, and to affect change. Change in ourselves and also change in other people too. So with that being said, I think that we are probably ready to go ahead and introduce Isaac and Amber Rowe. Okay. And so we'll go ahead and bring them up at this moment. All right. So Isaac and Amber are actually doing 2 streams right now. So for me, I'm like, what, man, how do you do that? But they're here with us. Thank you all so much for what you're about to share. And thank you for your contributions to the community, as well as to individuals. It's so powerful. Your story is so powerful. Keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And thank you guys for, helping support this virtual summit. It's been an extreme success because of you guys. So thank you so much. There's some people from behind the scenes. They'll never know that you were there, but we know that you're there and you're so valued. So thank you so much. Shout out to Corey Tabor, Alonzo, and just all the people that have made this such an amazing event. And man, I tell you, it's been listening to some of these segments. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. Thank you guys for tuning in for our first Man and Me virtual summit.
Yeah.
Give it up for all the hosts that's been doing amazing things, and I know they're filling in our text that's behind the scenes working. You guys, y'all give them a hand, give them a shout out. Definitely. So we've been excited. We've been like packed on both. If you didn't know, there's 2 different streams that's going on live on like 8 different platforms. And, all the things we've been doing over this whole time, we have to do something. And I believe that this was something that's great and it's still continuing. We do have a session. This session was kind of like by popular demand. It's like, how does a husband and wife kind of move into this building vision and building business and community, as a family. As you're gonna see, my daughters is coming in and out, but it's a part of the process.
It's transparency. This is what
absolutely.
We do.
Absolutely.
We specifically didn't I'm really into like nice backgrounds and things like that. And I was like, you know what? No, we're going to give them what it really looks like our office. Like if you looked at what it looks like, there's toys all over the floor right now. Like this is just how you have to push through having a vision and having a family, but still, maintaining everything. And that's not an easy feat. And so we have failed, we have succeeded, we have fumbled, we have had saves. I mean, we have gone through a lot in the time that we've been married. And when I think about it, I'm like, oh my goodness, how do we do what we do? And I think a lot of it is just, I think we have to put the word patience in there. Patience. And like, even right now, like we're talking and yet my husband is still managing things on the other side here. So it's like synchronicity is really important. And just kind of hanging out. And so we wanted to share a few things with you guys about us and how we manage things. And you know what? You'll look at this and be like, that won't work for me or for me and my partner or me and my spouse. But that's the beautiful thing, is just finding what works for your family.
Yeah. So those of you who are tuning in, we're talking about building
This is very
business
odd,
and
at
family as a family, building business and community as a family. And so thank you guys for watching, everybody that was watching on the men's panel that were over here, and also this the Sex Talk Cafe live.
Oh my
with,
goodness, that
Susan,
was so good. You have to watch it again.
Morgan
like,
Taylor.
over and over.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And so we're doing closing remarks, but we also wanted to make sure that we are doing our session too. We did advertise when do our session.
Yes.
And so if any questions, anything you may have as far as like how to build, if you didn't know, in the community, we do a lot of stuff.
A lot.
Right? So in the community, we do a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that we do that not everybody kind of understands the sacrifice,
yes.
that goes on with building, trying to grow and build your family, but then also building a business because you want something, you want to leave a legacy, you want to leave something to your children, and have that financial stability in a sense, and streams kind of coming in. But then also we have a heart to do what God's actually, purpose us to do as far as a community and serving our community. And so it's been a challenge over the years of building. And so we've been doing this for many years, for about nine years or so.
Challenge, that's such a beautiful word.
A challenge. Definitely a challenge. Yeah, definitely.
It's been rough, but it's been so much fun. I think about how things were probably moving for us prior to meeting each other. Mm-hmm. And it was still fun, but with the responsibility of becoming a spouse and then having children, it really expands your mindset. It expands your heart. It expands your vision for taking care of your family, but you also get really creative because you're like, I'll do whatever it takes to make sure I see this family succeed. And so you have to look within and really say, what's important. And we had these conversations early on about how do we want this to look for us? And I think that the reason why everybody wanted to hear from us is because they're like, how do you guys do it? The way we do it is not the only way to do it, but it is, a way. And so I think the first thing we had to do was really get a vision for what we want.
Right.
Not only just for our family, but for ourselves individually. And working on self, you guys, in a marriage is very distracting because you're wanting to serve your family. You're wanting to, take care of your spouse and be present for them. But then you start seeing, and a lot of ladies can attest to this, you start kind of dissolving a little bit, and don't even add children on top of that. You start dwindling a little bit more there because you have motherhood now, then you have being a wife. And so we really feel like for us, focusing on self amongst all this is a major part of the foundation of building anything. Because if, they always say, if mom ain't right, ain't nobody right. But that's not necessarily true. If two people ain't right, it ain't going to be right. You can't build nothing on top of that. And so we really take a lot of time. And I'm looking at one camera because this back and forth thing is too much. But I think a big part of our success and the process that we've gone through has been really focusing on self. And I know that sounds strange because we're talking about family, but it's important that you reconnect with yourself and really understand where you want to go. And so I'll let you talk about what your perspective is on that. Because, even though we have these conversations, it's always good to, hear your spouse or your significant other talk about it too.
Definitely. I believe once you're on that same page and that vision, and that's important to make sure that you're literally on the same page. Mm-hmm. You can't go anywhere. We're not going to go anywhere if we don't have an agreement and we don't have an alignment of what we say that we want to accomplish. And then having that gauge to say how far are we willing to go for it? You know what I'm saying? At what cost do we want to be able to move forward and push and be able to flow into this world, and do the things we wanted to do. So it has to be a part where it's like there has to be a boundary that says like, you know, and I kind of like push the edge always. I kind of like slap the edge of the boundary sometime.
And I'm the anchor because I'm like, brother, you floating a little too high up there. Like, we're going to have to slow it down a little bit, or, you know, we'll just have to like look at it from a different perspective, because as you guys already know, like Isaac is really creative. I am as well. And having two creative people in one space is really interesting. But I also feel like there'll be times that you have to ebb and flow, and like where he might soar off with a vision or an idea, I am in agreement with it to a certain extent based on my knowledge of my husband, our family dynamics, timing, money, resources. And so sometimes one of you has to say, or you have to say to yourself, if you're single, how am I going to try to make this as comfortable for myself or my family if I'm going to launch out into this vision or this business? How's it going to impact everyone? And like he was saying earlier, yes, we're in agreement, but that doesn't always mean that in a sense, yes, we're in agreement, but there may be some things I don't necessarily agree to. I voice them and I address my parameters if we're going to do something. So we're moving I always mess up that word, in synchronicity.
Yeah.
But sometimes I will always share my concerns, because I want him to know, you know, look, maybe this isn't the best timing. Look, maybe, you know, you shouldn't put something extra on your plate right now because you're stressing out or whatever. And, you know, sometimes it's just a flat out no. And I have that position in our relationship that I can say, I don't think that this is going to work. He has that position in my life to say, look, it's not going to work right now. And so, or it may not work at all. Let's just keep it really real. Like, it just may not work. And so it's not about giving up, but really just assessing the time and space that you're in to make this thing successful. So I think that's what it's really important to think about those things when you're moving as a family. And I mean, some of you may not know this, but we actually started Man and Me prior to even being married. Like, we were just friends hanging out, and I believed in his vision. And I was like, you know what? This is a desperate need in the community and in the world. And so I synchronized my, you know, vision and, you know, the things that I was interested in. I wanted to learn something new. He came alongside of me and learned a lot about the spa and beauty industry. I mean, this brother, let me just tell you, being transparent, I want to tell him the story about okay, so you guys, this just to break it up and be a little lighthearted right now. So if you guys don't already know, I'm in the spa and beauty industry. Love relaxation. So when I started introducing my husband to spa, okay, it was my fault. I kind of created a monster, and we didn't really have the budget, right, to do the grandeur thing that I really wanted to do. And so I sent him to go on his own to another place. This brother came back talking. No, he didn't come back. He called me and he was like, they don't have any robes or hot tea. What am I going to do? What is this place? And I'm just sitting thinking to myself, oh, you know, he's spoiled, you know, I done created something I can't turn back. And so you have to understand your relationship, getting back to what we were talking about before, just really making sure that you guys are navigating, supporting one another, being silly, being lighthearted, having fun, but also sticking with the vision. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's really important. You have to know your spouse and you have to know yourself. Like, what is it really that I want?
Yeah. So we're talking about first understanding what the vision is for your household.
Yes.
What is the vision that sometimes you say, well, it goes from the man, it can come from the woman, just depends who, you know, whatever the vision is. And just because somebody has a bigger vision than you doesn't mean that your vision is any less significant.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, what do we as a family want to leave on this earth? What do we want to accomplish as a family? And how do we really want to do this? And it's just being on that same page on one accord to be able to operate out of that. I think one of the things, the questions was, how do you balance all of it? Like, how do you balance all of it?
I mean, well, what do you think when you think of the word balance? Like, every time I see the word balance in my mind, I think about the scales, like in law. Like, there's going to be a little bit of imbalance in pretty much everything that happens every day. Nothing can really truly be balanced in a sense, but I think it's what you, based on knowing yourself and based on knowing, you know, the person who you're visioning with, if you're in a marriage situation, you have to be able to understand your family and how balance plays in that. There's times that, you know, Isaac is working and I have to take a little bit more responsibility on maybe a Tuesday night or a Friday night because we set aside time for him to do something that he really wanted to do. That's called balancing the scales. Sometimes you have to take a little bit more of the weight. Vice versa. He takes, you know, some of the weight of the scale whenever I have something that I want to do. It's all about really understanding the dynamics of your family situation and making sure that things get met so that you can build. You know, it's a give and a take. It's an ebb and a flow. And, you know, I think one thing that we had talked about that we really wanted to mention is you really have to be in tune with what you want. Because if you say that you want a business and you want to be successful and you want to set aside all this money, those are things that you want. But at the heart of that, why are you doing that? Why are you grinding so hard? Why have you maybe one night you didn't see your children because you were out busy? That's why, because you want to support yourself or support, you know, those who you love. And so you always have to get back to the why you're doing something. If you keep, if you say you want to spend more time with your children and you find that you're not spending any time with your children, but yet you're so busy providing on one side, that's not really what you said you wanted. What you said you wanted was to provide and be present for your children. And so that should be the first thing. So if you know you have to work, just like Miss Chrissy was talking about earlier, if you know that you have to, if you have all these responsibilities, it's okay to designate a time where it is just you and the thing that you're doing the why for, to spend time together. Friday night, Saturday night, it is all about you. They feel nurtured and they feel like there's nothing that could get between you and them. And so that's where the balance comes in. And also burnout. If you're a single person, like, you can't just keep going. Take some time for yourself. Make sure that you do it every single week. You got to know your capacity. You got to know your load or your bandwidth, as most people would say. You have to know that. If you don't know your bandwidth, then you're going to keep running yourself to the ground.
Yeah. And don't be afraid to stretch. I'm an advocate of pushing limits. So don't be afraid to stretch your bandwidth. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid to stretch to see where you can, what you can do and how you can do it. Yeah, it might hurt. It might hurt. I ain't gonna lie. It might hurt. It might put you in some places that you probably don't want to be, but at least you know, like, oh, I hit my head. I know, like, you know what? That was, but now that I came back, I was like, I could go at it a different way now that I know the path and be like, look, you know what? Can do this. Yes. But don't be afraid to grow and stretch in that sense and be like, well, I don't want to do as much as I can. I can only do this, but let's be mindful of self, right? We want to take care of self.
Thank you for saying that.
Of self. We're gonna
everybody sees my face right now.
Yeah, we're gonna take care of self. But we said we had a vision. We said that we're gonna do this, and we said that we're gonna do this as a family. And it requires, this is what it requires. Are we willing to say yes to what this entails? So if we don't sleep all night, are we willing to do that? She's gonna go to sleep, but I'm gonna be up whatever it takes to be able to. She can't go.
But he knows he needs to sleep too, y'all.
I'll sleep when I get ready. I sleep when I get ready.
No. Okay, so let's look.
The melatonin gummies got me though. But yeah, go ahead. Anyway, so yeah.
So exactly. Sometimes you have to. I cannot knock Isaac's process. I have helped him see some of the areas that I was concerned about, and he was able to make adjustments, right? Because they're not just my concerns, but they were his as well, like burnout, you know? So then how do you keep your passion and your energy and your love for what you're doing and take care of your family? Okay, sometimes you do have to get certain things to make your brain stop, just to make you slow down. And so he's being self-aware. So I told him, I was like, hey, look, you know, they have these things, they're called melatonin gummies. You know, people always use them for their kids. It's very gentle and very light. It can help you at night make sure that you take responsibility and calm it down. And so it does. But you have to know that about yourself. It's not just, you know, like I'm telling him what to do. It's him saying, you know what, I do need some help in this area. And it does not impact his passion and drive for getting things done. It really doesn't. But, you know, you see how this is working. Like I am very much an anchor in the family, and he is too. But I really want to make sure that holistically, based on how I'm made and also what I bring to the relationship, that we are taking care of ourselves. Because if we don't take care of ourselves, how can we do any of this other stuff that we talk about doing? And so I do get my sleep because I want to make sure I'm present for my children. I am with them a lot. So he can say we don't sleep. I'm sleeping.
Yeah. So one of the things that we wanted to talk about earlier, the point was like, because she's with the kids most of the time, majority time, is that it's like, that is, you may feel that because she's not actually out there, you know, really networking out there, putting in the, you know, putting in the work, really in the trench, that her part is not so vital and vitally important.
Well, talk about it. How does that, how does it make you feel? Because, you know, for anybody who's known me prior to married life, and even if you just meeting me now for the first time, like I am a working woman. I've been working since I was like 17 years old. You know what I mean? So I understand the grind, the entrepreneurship. I understand working even in corporate America. Like I understand how to do all that. But whenever your vision changes, which you're allowed to have a vision change in your life, then you adjust and you take on all the responsibilities that adjustment will make. Now, does that mean that you stop dreaming or being a working woman or being a working man or whatever? No, your value increases, if anything, because you're able to ebb and flow and make adjustments based on the goals that you set for your life. And so getting back to what Isaac was saying, is very vital and important for him that I'm home, because it's peace of mind. Yeah, you know, definitely. It's, you know, we're not turning our children over to strangers all the time, you know, where I'm home. And that's something that, you know, both of us, you know, we both had. Well, I can speak for myself. I had a working mother, you know what I'm saying? So my mom, she did anything and everything she could to make sure that we were taken care of. But that meant sometimes I was home by myself, and that was kind of a lonely time. So based on your family and what you want for your people, you have to make the adjustments for that. And sometimes you do have to ebb and flow a little bit, but it's important for like what we were talking about.
Yeah, it's definitely important. Definitely gives me a peace of mind, because I can really move. I can really move knowing that my family is at home, and they got a freezer full of, you know, refrigerator full of food. And you know what I'm saying? Like, these are things, you know, coming from where I come from, right?
Yes, based on his experience.
You know, from my experience, is like, you know, I just walk in the pantry just to see the food. I don't even want nothing. But you got to understand where I come from. I'm going to open the refrigerator. I don't want nothing. I just want to leave it in there.
But when you live it, it's different.
But it's different when you used to not seeing stuff. So it's just like, that gives me peace to knowing that that is taken care of, and that home is that foundation in which I know what my why, and that's what we talked about earlier, why I am doing this. And why am I doing this? I'm doing it because I want my family to have the best quality life possible, you know, and it includes me being healthy.
Yes, and it includes the vision of the person that you're co-parenting with. It includes, you know, it's a team effort. And, you know, even if you are a team of one and you are, you know, supporting your children by yourself, there's still, you know, a lot that you have to, you know, really, just like Isaac was saying, really think about what it is that you want and how you want your life to look and how you can make that happen. You know, and it takes help. You need resources and people that can come alongside you. And I hope that people feel more supported, even just watching this summit today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to make sure that we're covering something. I think that was the last.
Please ask us some questions, because we could go all day long.
Yeah, but
help us help you. Like, is there anything? Yeah, Miss Kendra.
Teamwork makes the dream work, you guys.
Yes, we see your comments, and thank you, Miss Kendra. She's been with me for a long time. Like, me and Miss Kendra knew each other before even you and I.
Yeah, I need to get some of that juice.
No,
get some of that juice.
No,
but yeah,
I'm just playing now.
I hope we answer questions like how to really build and how to like communicate. Like, that's pretty much the biggest thing is communication on like what's happening, what's going. Is key, and making sure everybody's on the same page, making sure, what do you need? What are your needs? how may I serve in that capacity?
Mm-hmm.
And just making sure each other is taken care of. I got to make sure that she has everything that she needs to take care of everything that she needs to take care of, whether it's her going to the spa, her doing whatever she needs to do. So she can be able to, you know, a spa expensive, but you know, to do whatever you need to do to make sure you can take care of everything you need to take care of.
Yes.
And then vice versa. Cause I just like head rubs. That's all I really need is head rubs. I'm really good with that.
It's really easy, y'all.
I'm really easy. You know, some Jamaican,
really
some Tony's Jamaican,
food and relaxation.
and you know, just let me sit. Just let me sit, and I'm good. And so once I'm recharged and I'm good, and I am not irritable because I got food in my belly, then we can move. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Then we can move. But I want to make sure if anybody has any comments or anything specifically. Again, it was a very good thing that you brought up earlier, because when we first we were dating while we were building the whole business, and so it was just her just like, hey, I see your vision, again what she said, and then we're just gonna go out here and do this. Like, yeah, let's go out and do it. And he's like, yeah. And so we were already building stuff prior to getting married, and so now we just kind of trying to
truly
work.
building as friends. I mean, we just, and it wasn't because, and things happen really organically. I mean, yes, there was some attraction there, but we really truly were brought together through a vision. And, you know, even though there was attraction there and we got married later on, it really helped us to see kind of sort of each other, see each other through the ups, the downs, the lefts, the rights, the fumbles, all that good stuff, and help really that, I think when people say be friends before, you know, we really did that. Like we really were friends. We've seen a lot of failures in each other, a lot of successes in each other.
That's a good point. Have we failed?
Have we failed? Yes. In a sense that we've made mistakes, but it hasn't been a failure to end. It has been a failure to learn. And I feel like a failure in a sense that we failed, but out of that failure, we learned so many lessons, and but nothing ever stopped us from elevating ever. Right. This whole time, we've only gone up. We might have had some jabs, we might have had some stomach hits, you know, but we never like actually stopped elevating. And so I think that just like the old adage is like failure is a part of success. Yes, it is a part of success.
Definitely.
And you have to be willing to take those hits. It's not all peaches and cream, y'all.
And I think that's important, because I think we want to go through life not expecting hits, and not, you know, you're trying to build something, but you're not expecting to take some hits. But I'm like, some of the hits, and you got to be mindful what type of hit you're trying to, you know, I guess counting the cost of what type of hit this is going to take on your family.
And take on you as an individual. Like Isaac probably gets tired of me saying this all the time, but I know we're a family unit. I know that we're married and we're a couple, but how are you? How are you doing today? Not as a husband, not as a father of my children, but how are you today? Like whoever says that really to their spouse. And if you're doing it, thank you. For those who are on here single, learn, because we can get caught up in always, you know, what are we going to feed the kids? What are we going to do? What are we, you know, and it becomes routine and mundane. And how many times in 1 week did you ever just sit and say, how are you doing? And look at them in the face, not look at your phone, not get distracted by the kids. You know what I'm saying? And even if you do get distracted by the kids, you tell them, go sit down, get some snacks, watch this movie, and I'm going to be here for 15 minutes with my significant other. You know what I mean? So, or with your children, you know, sometimes we do get busy in life and we have to sit down and do a check with our children and say, hey, how are you doing? You know, they don't always want a toy. They just want you. Your spouse doesn't always just want, you know, sex. Sometimes they just want you, you know, they just want to talk to you. And so it's just being more aware of yourself in the whole cycle of what you said that you wanted. You became married. You became, you know, this business owner. You become this entrepreneur person. That was you. So you still have to get centered. You still have to go back, you know, and figure out, why am I doing all this?
Right.
And that's the most important thing.
Yeah, definitely. I think what we said to each other, what was it say to us? Like, I'm not gonna get in the way of you
Yes. And I told him that from the beginning, and Isaac's way of communication, from those who know him closely, it's unique. But I knew from the beginning that he would never get in the way of my dreams. He, if anything, has, and many of you have a best friend that does this, many of you have a sister, or maybe you have a spouse that does this, but there has to be somebody in your life that constantly brings you back to who you are. And there's times that I slip away from my vision. There's times that I slip away, like my first book, I dedicated it to him because, not just because he's my husband, but he helped push me to do the book in the first place. I had stuff in my closet of life that was building dust because I never dusted it off and just said, you know what, you can do this. Sometimes you need somebody to help push you, but he never got in the way of it. He would help me, say, well, you could probably do this better or more efficiently this way, but he would never say, girl, man, that's stupid. Like, you shouldn't do that. He never got in the way of the vision. And I think with him, like, I never wanted to get in the way of, this thing that he kept seeing. Even if I didn't understand it, I was okay, I don't quite understand, but
like how is that? Because I'll hop out the shower or something, and I get this like vision or something like that, and whatnot. Is like I don't really understand where you're trying to coming from. So how do you kind of navigate that in that process and not like tear down my dream? Like how do you take somebody, because that's important to talk about.
That's important in relationships.
In relationships, like, well, I got this, like that, and then you start thinking about, how much is going to cost? We're going to lose this money. This is going to be $2,000.
There's been time, y'all, that we have lost, not major investments, but we have lost some money on something that either it didn't have the best foundation, or maybe it just didn't work out. And you have to be okay with putting something to rest if it just doesn't work out. But I think, getting back to what you're asking, how do I filter all of, Isaac's, visions and dreams and things like that? Well, first of all, I treat it as a gift, because it's like, okay, he's getting this really big download of something that he wants to do. Fantastic. Like, tell me more about it. Like, I want to learn about it. And then when it moves from that space of learning and trying to understand to, okay, well, how could we really work this out? Like, how could we really just do one thing? And a pure example of that is like when we first started Man and Me, he was like, I have this big vision and this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And yeah. I was like, okay, well, maybe we should just set up some chairs and see what happens. So it moved from building and dreaming and speaking to action. Yeah. Now, could we afford a whole lot at that time as friends? No. So we just called a whole bunch of places and said, who can give us the best price on chairs? And even now, when we have a big vision, we go from one step to the next, but I don't tear it down. Because there may be some times that we put it on the shelf. It's not for right now, but it doesn't mean that it won't happen. And if one of us is convicted about, something that's happening and the vision is just, not going to work, then it may not work for us right now. It doesn't mean it was a bad dream. It doesn't mean it was a bad vision, but we're not going to start going through the process that we do of dreaming, building, writing, then looking at budgets and then making it happen until one of us is really like serious about what that will look like today in this part of our life. How will that look today? So, I mean, if anybody knows Isaac, like, that this man's got vision for days. We got a lot of visions sitting up on the shelf that will keep us probably busy for the long time. Yeah. But there's nothing wrong with that. And I have a lot of vision and I have a lot of dreams. So somebody needs to jump in on this, because I know somebody has a question about something. I know you do. You're itching. You want to know, well, how do you do this? And even those who are supporting in the back of the house, like if you have a question or anything, that just let us know, because this is for you.
I'll see Alonzo, Corey, got Josh, see Daryl back there. I see Joe B.
Brother Josh at?
I see Corey Jones, Marcus. I see JD, Miss Kendra. I mean, so if y'all got any questions or anything, please let us know something you want to ask, since we're on the hot seat right now. Y'all got questions.
Yeah, in the major hot seat. Like,
what's crazy? We might have to
right now is like
just
really
cut
hot.
Josh off of this stream. He might want to ask something too
No,
crazy.
but no, Josh will bring some major wisdom.
And so one of the things about it is, you know, as you're building, that your team is very important to building. As you're building, like starting out is not the same team that's with us today. Obviously, you probably know that. As
you
far
have
as
to keep an open hand,
and there's no bad blood or beef or anything like that. It's just that people move in their life, and sometimes you're just kind of like a revolving door, and you got to be okay. Like, okay, but in this season you're here, in this season you're not here. But doesn't
hold
mean that
too hard onto people. And I think that's a lesson that all of us learn in life, that you can't hold on to people as possessions. These are gifts that have come to deposit. Some come to receive and leave, and some come to deposit. Some stay for life, and whatever that gift that they bring is well received. And you know, there are times when you feel a little hurt if somebody that, you know, you really saw maybe being there the whole time might dip. But that's a part of the whole process. And you know, it takes time to heal from those things, but we can't look at people as possessions. But when you do have people that stick with you, like, and really, you know, go with you through the ebbs and the flows, you kind of like, I mean, I treat everybody the same, but you kind of treat them a little bit more like, you know, it's a family. And so you want them to feel that, like, even right now, like this, when we were thinking about this summit, we were thinking about our staff first. We were thinking about our volunteers first. We were thinking about them first, not because the whole world doesn't matter. That's our mission. We want to serve the world, but we wanted to take care of the people and help the people that are closest to us. And so, you know, you just have to, just like Isaac was saying, be okay with the shifts and the ebbs and the flows of what having a business or having a, you know, a vision, what that may bring.
Absolutely. I know we're coming up. We got like 3 minutes for our session left. So anybody have any comments? We're going to close out you guys for our summit. Does anybody have any more questions or anything regarding building business within community with the family? So please let us know if you do have any questions. You can definitely feel free
Roderick says yes.
Yes. Roger, if you got questions, let me know, man. You got questions, let me know. So definitely, let's see. Definitely, if you got any questions about this is an important topic, I believe. All these topics have been important, but usually we don't get on, you know, we kind of just sit back and behind the scenes. But
we're so foundational. Like, we really want to be the platform for so many people to launch and grow. And, you know, people have perceptions of you. And over the years, we've had so many different perceptions come to us about who people think we are. But at the heart of what we do, we really just want to see people grow.
Yeah.
We want to pass batons, you know, and a lot of times people want to see more of us because they're like, okay, we know that you're real, like, but we never see you. But that's the thing, that we really have a heart to help people grow and manifest in their life what they say that they want.
Yeah, definitely. I think that when we're encountering people, we want to make sure, whether it's on our team and whatever God kind of places us with those type of people, that we're literally, you know, giving it like authentic, like, hey, how are you doing? We care. And I hope our team knows that we care, and our board and stuff like that we care about them as well. We want to make sure, that's why we do a lot to make sure y'all are okay, and what do you need, and we're real big advocates, especially me. I'll keep pushing you to keep and
I'm
doing
like,
some things.
leave that man alone,
you know
leave
what I'm
that
saying?
woman alone.
I'm just saying, like,
there's the thing about it is that there's, just like we were talking about earlier, there's balance. He loves to push people, but he doesn't push people more than he pushes his own self. I am very empathetic in the anchor in the relationship, but won't let you sink so low that you don't do anything. So you have to understand yourself. You have to understand, you know, where you're at, and you have to understand the people that you serve within the community, because anybody who knows Isaac's personality knows that he really does care about who you are and what you say you want to do. His ways of doing it is a little interesting at times, but some of y'all got some books and some podcasts and some opportunities to speak in front of international audiences just from saying, I want to do this. Right. And so by connection, he tried to really make sure that, he's not the only person that can help you, but he tried to make sure that with his own influence, he could help you achieve those goals.
So one of the questions from Banks was talk about knowing how to lead from the back and when to be in front.
How to lead in the back. Where was that question?
It's right here.
Talk about knowing how to lead from the back and when to be in the
front.
So I'll give my take on that because I am very much a behind the scenes person. I don't desire a lot of line. It just doesn't float my boat, y'all, to be a person that stands out in the forefront. It's just not me. However, I have been told that when I am in the forefront, I help people, I change lives, people start crying. This is nothing that I boast about because really it's just a true gift. And so I've learned I would say, honestly, just to be transparent, over the last probably 4 years, I've learned to truly embrace what it means to step from the back and go to the front and do it with confidence and do it because I was being selfish. Like I was saying, okay, I'll just wait until somebody asks me to do something to do it. And now and my husband can see more than ever, I'm really putting myself out there to say, you know what, I have a gift and it's my light. And so I want it to shine. And, some people might not like the light, but that's okay. You still have to step out and do the things that you are just born to do. There's just some things that are, they need to come out, And so I can answer that for sure that, I knew that I had to do this and that I couldn't just be, the woman behind Isaac Rowe. Like I have to be Amber Rowe, you know what I mean? So, and he talks about that all the time. He's like, people probably don't even know they're real. They just know the myth of Amber, or like a lot of my friends would say, like, we know that, you're keeping Isaac grounded and helping him build. And it's true. All of what you guys are saying is true. And he values what I bring to the table a lot. And I know that, but some of us just don't really desire that limelight. And so it's a struggle for me and a growth process to really put myself out there because it's not something I'm really interested in doing, but I do it because I don't want to be selfish. I want to share more for sure.
And that's one of the things about like leading from the back is important as leading in the front.
It's so important. That was a lot right there.
Yeah. You got to let that soak in. Leading from the back is just as important as leading in the front. And just because you're in a position of whether, we talk about who's holding your ladder, right? Just because you're in a position
that's a really good
where you're holding somebody up doesn't mean you're not in position of leadership or the fact is that you're doing whatever piece of the ladder, whatever piece that you need to be. Kendra said you're a servant leader.
Yeah.
And so you're in a position always to be able to figure out where is the need and where do you need to go. And if this is not my strength, that I'm maybe somebody else that's more equipped to be able to do this is better in this particular area. And where you can be where, based on your SWOT analysis or whatever, that this is where I need to be. And you just know like, for this project, I think I need to be here. And for this project, maybe I would take a different role in this place, maybe in the back or in the front. And so it's just kind of being cognizant of like where your strengths and your weaknesses are, and knowing that in whatever position that you are
You're
you definitely are part of the circle wheel of leadership. You're always in that position, and it's just as important. So whatever it is, because whether you are putting people on a platform for them to shine is just as important as someone else putting you up, and then you're able to do what you do on the stage or whatever platform or whatever.
That's really good.
Yeah, so
that's really good. It's important. Leadership is in some cases, leadership is a choice. Sometimes you don't have a choice. You have to be a leader, for whatever it may be. But, it is a choice. And, if you are choosing to lead from a place of being back and you decide that you want to lead and move forward to more of the forefront, that also is a choice, just like I had to make. Am I going to continuously lead from the back, or am I going to step up? And, and that helps with your confidence. It helps with your viewpoint of yourself,
Yeah.
when you put the tea bag in hot water, you
Yeah,
see what comes
you
out.
see what comes out, and you
Mhm.
definitely don't want to be afraid of not being in the front.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? You definitely don't want to be afraid of not being in the back either.
No, listen,
You
I was
know?
afraid. Oh, that's good.
You see what I'm saying?
Like I
Because-
was always afraid of being in the front, like growing up. Like I never really wanted to be in the front because I'm like, well, that's not really, it's scary and people will be looking at you and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But then, man, think about what you just said though. Being afraid of not being in the front, not being the limelight.
Yeah,
That's just as
like
wow.
like because I am back here, it
I'm
makes
less
me
than.
less valuable. Like I'm less valuable. I'm like, no, what do you mean? You're just as important in the back as you're in the front.
Yes.
And I'm okay being right here in this position
Mm-hmm.
to be able to help you and develop and cultivate whatever this is.
Or do nothing.
Or
so
do
that
nothing.
we can see what you're made of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because man.
You're gonna preach. Somebody gonna have to give me this offering in a day. I'm gonna
look,
have
the heat up in
I'm
this
gonna put
room,
my
y'all, this
put my
brother's
cash
preaching
app. I'm
up
gonna
in
put
here.
my cash app up in here.
No. Oh my goodness.
No, I'm
you are
playing.
so
I'm
silly.
playing. I'm
He is
playing.
totally just playing.
I'm-
But yeah, you guys like.
But
Josh,
Josh,
I'm gonna get you, Josh.
I was gonna say we got any more
Like,
comments.
you know your brother for real.
Yeah, for real. So I hope there's any other questions. I'm definitely want to wrap up. But if anybody has anything, thank you for everyone that was tuning in for the summit. We would love to hear your feedback. We would love to hear your feedback. So we'll be able to drop the we would love to we'll drop the survey. Those of you register, we'll be able to drop the survey and let us know what you think about the summit. And for those of you that were tuning in and all the speakers and presenters that came on today and was able to come on this Saturday and be able to pour out and pour their hearts out. Thank you for spending time with us and being able to be a part of this project. And this has been a great experience for us to be able to do and less cost effective.
Very cost effective.
But anyway, thank you guys. In the closing remarks, thank you to our team. We appreciate you guys.
We love you
Thank you for being. Yeah, absolutely. If anything that you need, please let us know.
Thank you to our family
Go to our
and friends
website.
supporting right now too.
Absolutely. Follow us on our Instagram, our Facebook, our Twitter, all that good stuff on our social media handles. Make sure you stay connected to us. Inbox me. Let me know what you think. Inbox me. DM me. Let me know. And any of the pages, we'll be able to have that access to. So if you're watching it on the replay, if you're watching this on the replay right now, just start commenting, let us know what you think and say, man, that's for me.
Please,
let us know
support.
that this is for me.
Yes.
Let us know like, hey, this is for me right here. I love this. Let us know what you're thinking. Definitely contact us. Let us know if any of our staff, if you see any of them in the world of social media or on the street, please say hi to them and whatnot. But go ahead. Thank you guys. We appreciate you. Love you. And we'll see you the next time. All right. Peace.
Bye.